back with yet another exciting season of PUBG Mobile as the top sides from South Asia go toe-to-toe for a shot at being the best team from their region. We are set to witness all the thrills and action in a fresh new format. For PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022, the league stage will be divided into 3 weeks. Each week consists of 5 match days with 5 matches played out per day. Teams will be shuffled into groups at the beginning of every week and all teams will play 4 matches per day. At the end of every week, the top 12 teams for that week will play an additional match on Livik. Each week will start fresh with no points carried over from the previous weeks. During the entire league stage, teams will have a chance to earn bonus points. Twice based on a team's placement in each week and once based on their overall placement in the league table. At the end of 3 weeks, the top 16 teams based on their total scores will move on to the finals. These teams will start the finals with the sum total of the bonus points they have earned throughout the league stage. This means that the teams who do well in the league stage will have a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will be played out over 3 days with 6 matches per day. At the end of 3 days, the team with the most points will be declared the champions of PMPL South Asia. Additionally, the top 10 teams will also be moving on to the PMPL South Asia Championship. How will teams adapt to this new format and season? Stay tuned to find out.
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another fine day of the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. Ladies and gentlemen, and today is the first weekend of this time's PMPL. Necro, we have something special lined up for our audience, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. And that is going to be that one bonus game that we've been hyping it around throughout this entire PMPL. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be played today. So just buckle up, be ready for some high intense action on a map that you guys have never seen before in a competitive pool, unless you've watched PMWI, then yeah, it was there. But with that being said, in such sort of a high competitive scenario, you're finally going to see teams actually take that map serious and try and pull off some new strategies.
Exactly. As you mentioned, the PMWI, I think even over there it was a 2v2 matches that were played between the teams. But this time it is going to be all 4 players from every single team competing. And in fact, not from every single team, but from the top 12 teams of the overall leaderboard. And before we have the Livik, we have the 5 league games lined up for these teams. So let's have a look at the format once again, ladies and gentlemen, because we are still in the first week. Well, the first week of the league stages is about to come to an end with our day today. But then we just have 2 more weeks of the league stages left after this.
Exactly. And as Johnny mentioned, only 2 more weeks left. Now, again, one more chance for all the teams in the latter half of the board that haven't been able to make it up to top 12. There's a big chance if you get one single chicken dinner today in any of these 5 games that are about to upcome, maybe there's a chance you'll be able to slide yourself in that top 12 and also get a chance to play that bonus game, because that bonus games matter a lot. We've been saying this over and over again. Those points will also be counted in the future inside the grand final. So you got to make sure you're securing as many as bonus games as possible.
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned, if in the bonus matches you do get those extra points, combine those with your ranking points in the league stages that will be given, as I said, based on the ranking of the league stages. In the moving on in the finals, you will have a massive advantage against the rest of the competition, and that is what the teams need to focus on, because we do have $150,000 on the line in terms of the prize pool in this PMPL South Asia, ladies and gentlemen. And as you do see right there, just to participate in the league stage, the teams are receiving $5,000 each. So for those 20 teams that are there right now, $5,000 guaranteed. But once you move to the finals, that is when the distribution for the major chunk of the money happens, as You finish first in the finals, you get 10,000. You finish second, you get 6,500. You finish third, you get 4,500, and so on.
Exactly. Of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards, but as Johnny mentioned, this prize pool is going to be something that's going to add a lot of pressure on all these teams. Tournament MVP will be getting $1,000 all to himself inside his pockets. Though, of course, league stage team will be getting $5,000 as well, all to themselves. With that being said, currently, I mean, the overall rankings have been looking pretty volatile. If you take a look at the top 10 at least, it's really easy to breach inside, but as I've been mentioning over and over again, it's hard to maintain that top ranking right there. With that being said, the bonus points are right in front of you guys, and as Johnny mentioned, these will be given away depending on how you have found yourself in league standings.
Exactly, as you guys can see, points, weekly bonus points are the points awarded each week for the weekly rankings. Then there's the league bonus, which is the points awarded for the overall league ranking, and then both of those are combined and they become the starting point, the initial points for the teams, or as they move on to the finals. So it will be applicable to the top 16 teams when they move, but you can clearly see being at the top every single week is going to mean that you get 20 points extra, 60 points extra in the finals before you even play your first game.
Exactly, and that's crazy. A big booster, and right now the team that is closest to it to get those 20 points is Godlike Stalwart. Currently, they're just owning the entire stage over here. No one's surprised, of course, but one big surprise here is Seal Esports, because last time Seal were the one who won the league stage, and not just last time, in the previous PMPLs as well, Seal have been the team that has been dominating the league stages, but this time the weather has changed. The course has entirely changed, and we're having a little bit of new champions inside the league stage this time. With that being said, point structure, nothing changed. Pretty much the basic point structure that we've been looking at since the start.
Well, as you said, the Seals were trying to get to the top again, but Godlike Stalwart, quite impressive. And one of the major reasons for that is the amount of consistency they've shown in those fights and survival instincts of Pika as well, being on point this time around. But ladies and gentlemen, this point structure, I think it needs no introduction at this point. It's as old as time itself in the competitive scene right now. But again, you finish first, you get 15 points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10 points for every single game. And so on, points keep on dropping with decrements of 2 happening every single spot. 8 to 12, you get 1 single point. And 13 to 16, you get nothing for yourself. 1 point per elimination, also quite standard. But moving forward, we do have Group A in front of us. And as we have been talking about Godlike Stalwart, Necro, we also have to mention that yesterday, Godlike Stalwart 1952 and Raw officials were sort of doing a phenomenal job. We saw 3 teams win from Group A out of the 5 matches that were played.
I mean, 1952, a big leap again. The performance has been upwards, downwards, upwards, downwards. Again, it has been quite sensitive for the side of 1952 and even Raw officials. But finally, yesterday, we saw 1952 make a comeback again in that top 5. And currently, they're sitting in the 5th position in the overall rankings. Of course, they're looking pretty phenomenal so far. But another team, Raw, at the start of the days, if I'm not wrong, even till the day 3, Raw was on the latter half of the board. And they're finally able to make a comeback in that top 10. That means now they're eligible to play that 12th game, or to play that, I mean, overall top 12 teams will be playing that bonus game. So yeah, Raw, there is a chance they might be able to play that bonus game today.
Yeah, and today we get to witness what the teams have planned out for that Livik performance, but let's see who will actually get there, because the cutoff is, well, as you said, it's quite volatile. So especially on the latter half of the leaderboard, the second half of the leaderboard. So it's going to be quite difficult to predict as to what the exact top 12 is going to look like. And I believe all of these teams, all of the teams sitting on the second page of the rankings are going to be fighting to stay in the top 12, to play that extra match, to get that extra edge against the rest of the competition. Because at this level of PUBG Mobile, every single thing matters. We've seen teams miss out on trophies because of 1 point.
Oh, makes a lot of sense too, because you got to make sure you're being as consistent as possible. And the big example over here to set is T2K. Now, at the first 2 days, T2K were looking really consistent, but then later on, the downfall was clearly seen, and now T2K is sitting in the 10th spot. Yesterday, there was a little bit of rise in their performance, but still not as good as we expected them, and not as good as what Unch told us in the back lines. But again, T2K, there's a big chance today as well to make a comeback. As I've mentioned over and over again, top 12 is the name of the game over here, ladies and gentlemen. If you get in top 12, that means you're going to be able to get that bonus game as well underneath your pockets. Squad roster Group D, IHC, Seal Esports, Elementrix, and then you have ATRAX Esports in front of us. IHC, a decent outing yesterday. They found themselves in the 4th spot, a big leap even from that team. But Maptex Esports, they're barely on the edge on 12th spot.
Oh boy, Maptex. I mean, I expected a lot more from them, but maybe today we're going to see if them break into the top 10, break into the top 8. Let's see. Otherwise, they're just in a very weird position at this point. We saw an interesting run in a few games yesterday, but that Miramar performance where they were eliminated quite early on was something that they did not expect. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have been talking about the teams, let's have a look at where they stand in terms of the overall rankings, which are on our screens right now. Godlike Stalwart, as expected, sitting at the top with 200 points to their name. DRS just 13 points shy of being the leaders of this overall ranking. But yesterday's interesting, or in fact intense runs and chases came from the lads from IHC, who have made it to the 4th position yet again. They did slip down. They were almost out of the top 10 for a bit, but then they made it back in. And as you mentioned, Necro, there it is, Maptex Esports on the 12th with 102 points. And then the difference between them and, well, the team on the 18th position, Gremlin Storm, it's not quite a lot.
Yeah, not a lot of distance, and this is exactly what I've been mentioning. Like, the overall rankings are so sensitive. One single good game can change the entire look of the overall rankings, so you got to make sure every single game you are performing as well as possible. We've seen a lot of times in the past too, Johnny, inside this competition, teams are really having a lot of confidence issues, and they're not really trusting in their own firepower, and they're second-guessing themselves as soon as one single game goes bad. That should not be the case. You should always have faith in yourself. You should always know if you take a shot, you should get the knockout no matter what, and you should never shy away from the fights, because if you do challenge a fight and if you decide to back out at that moment, there's a big chance that you're also going to be getting knocked while doing so.
Completely agree with that. If you second guess your decision, if you second guess something that you've already started, it's too late to back out, especially in mid-game team fights. You know you can't run away. On maps like Miramar, if you try and escape from a situation, that means making yourself even more exposed, stepping out in the open. And it is a risk that will definitely hurt you for a bit. But yesterday, we saw phenomenal performance from the players of High Voltage, as well as now they've finally made it into the top 3.
Oh yeah, High Voltage, as you've mentioned, in the top 3, and I've been hyping this team over and over again since the past, and this is the exact reason why I've been saying High Voltage are capable of doing some wonders. Now, again, all these teams have played 16 matches overall, and look at Assassin, 22 elimination points. The eliminations are well divided between Assassin, Malik, and Prabeen, and then you have the IGL right there with the least amount of elimination points, but he's doing a great job directing the team.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a pretty phenomenal job. We were waiting for Assassin to come online, but yesterday we finally got to see that happen. This was a wonderful finish from the players of High Voltage, finishing off Godlike Stalwart in the very end and walking away with the winner and a chicken dinner for that particular game. On Miramar as well, we saw them deliver on the expectations that the fans had for themselves. A few small little mistakes in those team fights, but hey, I mean, everyone is going to have a bad game. But High Voltage, they were having such a good day, so that it did not even matter that the bad game that came in was not even worth it. And then there's this.
And then there's that. It just separates every single play from the game. The most inhuman clutch this man pulled off right here. And, of course, deserve all sort of props for that one. Because, again, he saved the day for his team and also secured a chicken dinner. And that helped them boost all the way to 3rd spot in the overall rankings. Right now, High Voltage are looking pretty solid, but as I've mentioned, it's really easy to get yourself in that top 3. It's hard to maintain that position. High Voltage in top 3 looking phenomenal, but there are teams like IT right underneath him, 1952, Elementary Skylights Gaming, who have been looking phenomenal over the days.
Yeah, and all these teams will be under immense pressure today. You know why? Because usually when you are qualifying to play for a different game, for a different mode, be it, or as it used to be, the super weekends that used to happen in the previous iterations of PMPL, you had a gap to think about what went wrong. Today you don't. Today you're going to play 5 matches, and if you're not in the top 12, then the next lobby that's going to be set, you won't be a part of it. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a head-to-head comparison between the runs that T2K and Deadeye's guys have had, because we've seen both these teams take massive leaps and tumbles at the same time. And as it stands right now, these are the lads of Deadeye's guys who are in fact leading the charge, but the difference between them, it's not that big.
I mean, speaking of teams taking tumble, even Deadeye's guys, yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it's not that big. There's a chance to recover. They're currently inside top 8, if I'm not wrong. So definitely not a bad position to recover from. But other teams like DAX, we're seeing a lot of mistakes being made from their side. Now, Deadeye's Warriors, another team that has been looking pretty phenomenal inside this competition. Yesterday, they were not really able to, show themselves that well, but hopefully in the final day over here today, they're able to come back even stronger, because right now they're sitting in 11th spot, right below or right above the players of Maptex Esports. And Maptex Esports is not a team that is one of the rookie teams out here. They've had a lot of experience in their back too, so they must have some sort of game plan ready.
Yeah, I believe they do. I believe they all have a game plan set. But let's have a look at this, though. Team performance comparison. And as you guys can see, we have seen T2K pop off in an impressive manner, but then the drops just felt even more drastic because of that. On the other hand, DE, Deadeye's guys, have, as Necro, you have been saying for a while, they've been playing under the radar, but they've managed to be consistent every single time. We didn't see the point tally go beyond that 20 marker, any single point for DE on that graph. But it wasn't dropping below 10 that frequently as well. It was just up and down in the same bracket, and that is what the team intends to do. And if you can do that over a long stretch of time, over the 20 games that you're supposed to play, you will be in the top 5 guaranteed.
You will be. And right now, Deadeye's guys are sitting in top 8, as I mentioned. Not really far away from that top 5 position. Yeah. Even a decent game at the start can just boost them up all the way in top 5 without a doubt. Unless if teams like 1952 and other teams like IIT decide to pull off a miracle, then yeah, there's a chance maybe those stats will be continuing and maybe the look won't really change a lot. But overall, now again, I feel like today has to be the day where we speak about the latter half of the team and the teams that are barely qualifying in the top 12. Now, barely qualifying, we all know it's Deadeye's Warriors and Maptex Esports currently sitting on 11th and 12th spot, but the teams that are right underneath them. And let me talk about some of the talented teams here. Gremlin Storm, Seal, TRZ, and Venom Legends. TRZ though, Johnny, this is one of those teams that has been really popping off lately.
TRZ have been doing so impressive, and I'm surprised that they aren't already in a position from where we can say, like, yeah, we are going to see TRZ in that Livik match. That's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day. The schedule on our screens, we're going to be starting the day off on the map of Miramar, followed by game number 2, Erangel. Then we have another Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. Those are the 5 league games that are about to happen, and then there is the bonus match of Livik that will take place between the top 12 teams at the end of the day.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. We're about to have a long day, so make sure you guys have your popcorns ready. Make sure you guys have your water bottles ready as well. Oh, damn, that was kind of hard to say. Bottle of water. water bottle ready, because, yeah, it's going to be a long day. Make sure to stay hydrated and also have a little bit of popcorns, here and there, because today, long day, as I mentioned, Livik's going to be played every single team.
What are you eating popcorn with water?
I mean, you're just like watching a show. You have water next to you. It's just like you don't like eat popcorns with water, Johnny. It's just to drink.
You are the one who's
to keep yourself.
It.
I said you gotta have a bottle of water next to you, so sometimes when you get thirsty while eating popcorns, you can just drink it.
No, have a soft drink. Have some Mountain Dew.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but I was just suggesting a cheaper version of that.
I don't think I have a doubt.
Listen, I'm on a diet, all right? I'm on a diet. The only thing I care about these days is water. Just a bottle of water.
That's a good thing. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. At least like what? It's what, like 2 liters of water every single day. That's what we're supposed to drink, right?
Yeah, I guess. But I'm pretty sure I drink more than that, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big man. I need a lot of water. But okay, we're really just speaking of something else here, Johnny. We need to get back to the main game. Because, again, Giant Mara as well is in contention here. Giant Mara is a solid lineup. We've been speaking about this. We know how these switch-ups have been there, and currently Giant Mara is looking like one of the strong teams out there from the region, but they haven't really been able to perform up to the mark. Maybe they're just taking a little bit of time to gel up, or the team synergy is definitely lacking over here and there. But with that being said, it's time to make the predictions. Johnny, which team are you going for?
I'm going to go with DRS. I want to see DRS have a strong start in the day, take the first position away from the lads of Godlike Stalwart. But in order to do that, they need a winner-winner chicken dinner, and they need, I would say, just to be safe, because it's godlike stalwart that you're chasing, get at least minimum 10 eliminations and the win, and the 15 points for the win. Only then you can say, like, yeah, we are going to be sitting on the first position at the end of this game. And if that happens, then I want to see in the future matches how does godlike stalwart react. So it's going to make the day a whole lot more interesting. What about you?
Okay, so you went with DRS.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with ITC. Let's go. ITC,
Right.
they're already in the top 4. I feel like ITC is one of those teams that can really give godlike stalwart a run for their money if they really do want today. And we've seen all the other teams, they're always having that confidence issue when they drop down on the latter half of the board, but it's not being the case with ITC. They've always been on that aggressive spree no matter what. They've always been that team that likes to play things aggressive. They're never going to run away from a fight. They always trust in themselves. They always trust in their firepowers. Yeah, there is sometimes problems between them realizing good fight and a bad fight, but as long as you're able to come out on top in the overall rankings, that's all that matters.
Yep, I completely agree with that. I mean, we have seen them struggle in just defining that sweet, sweet line. All right, this is a fight that we can win for sure. And this is one that's not really going to go our way. But hey, I mean, no matter which fight IHC runs into, we know for sure that they're going to damage the opposition pretty badly. And that is something that, I mean, makes the situation a whole lot more interesting, because you lose 2 players, you don't know, you panic in a situation even though you know that you're going to win just because your teammates went down. On the other hand, though, we saw an insane amount of clutches yesterday. We saw an insane amount of 1v4s, 1v3s in the matches yesterday. I wonder what happened to the players. Maybe we're going to see them recreate those moments today as well, because I would love to see those again. I mean, that 1v4 in Rozhok was very, very impressive.
The DBS, it's been the meta, Johnny. No matter what map it is, that DBS needs to be in your hands, especially if it's an urban finish. Yeah, especially if it's an urban finish, Johnny, then it's done. It's done. If a player has a DBS, it's going to be an easy breach inside the house. There's no way you're going to be able to defend. But with that being said, the first match of the day is on the line, ladies and gentlemen, as the plain flat path is going to be starting all the way from Campo Militar all the way towards Monte Nuevo. Johnny, my friend, take it away, because this one's going to be action-packed.
Oh, it is going to be quite action-packed indeed, my friend. As you can see, we have 2 teams already taking exit towards the northern part of the map. We have the lads from Gremlin Storm towards Torre Amuda, and WIZZES Club going towards Tierra Bronca and LSR. 1952 this time around will also be dropping out quite early. DAX quite happy with the fact that they aren't going to be bothered towards El Pozo, or at least they are hoping that they won't be bothered. But we do see IHC, and then there's another team joining them as they head towards the western part of the map. This trajectory of the plane leans heavily towards the west and the northern side to teams. So teams landing towards Impala, Porto Palacio, Chile Esport is going to be in a bit of a worrisome situation. But now that the circle has formed, Necro, what do you think? Are we going to see a few early fights at least?
No, I don't think so, because the planned flat path was not something that'll make these teams struggle to extend towards their own drop location. So my guess over here is that probably not. We're not really going to be seeing a lot of early skirmishes, but I do already see a couple of gunshots being fired near godlike stalwart. I mean, that is a team that is pretty much out for blood, and they would want to get their hands bloody as quick as possible. IT all the way in Monte Nuevo, pretty much in social distancing from every other team. And yeah, the shots continue to be fired. I think so the main thing, or why the players of godlike stalwart just fire shots right off the bat inside the game, is pretty much to keep their hands warm.
Maybe. Well, let's see though. As you mentioned, if that's the case, if the players are doing that just to keep their hands warm, well, they better get warmed up, because this is going to be one intense match. Look at the southern side, southwestern side, in fact, towards Chumasera, towards Valle del Mar. We have the lads from TRZD, Warriors, Seal Esport, all in one spot. DE, that is, guys, quite close to the players of A1 Esport, as well as they head towards the eastern side of the map. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the plan for survival is going to be from these squads. But over in El Pozo, we know it always happens every single time on Miramar when both these teams are playing. DAX versus Raw. DAX somehow have figured out how to avoid Raw and loot at the same time, which is quite interesting, because Raw is always the team looking to see if they can hunt down the players of DAX. And it's just a game of hide and seek that happens between the 2 lineups now.
Dudes hear the UMP being fired. Shots are definitely there, and they're connecting as well. A1 Esports all the time. Somehow they just have a bad start. But they would want to recover from this one. They've got a man knocked out already, but the bullets are just being peppered on top of him. It's the hell raining down on the players of A1 Esports, and it's next to impossible this time to escape. The players are trying their best to run away, though. 2 players are knocked out. DEADEYES guys, they're already having a nice meal.
Well, point secured by the lads of DEADEYES guys. They have gone on to destroy the lads from A1 Esports, and the Nox are also out in the open. So it's going to be very easy for them to get the squad wipe in. 1 player knocked out. No more clutches incoming, at least for now, as we have the first squad wipe on Miramar within the first 5 minutes. And as I said, A1 Esports, quite unfortunate at the start that they've had this day.
Okay. I think so. I figured it out.
Yeah.
A1 Esports' adaptability in nature, or the way they adapt on the fly, is not that good. Because the plain flat path was something that A1 Esports definitely got caught off guard. And this is not the only team that has been caught off guard. In the past, too, we've seen a lot of teams. But the plan they come up with at that moment exact, the adaptive nature of a team really does kick in. And if that nature is quite good, you're not going to have any sort of trouble, any sort of problems in making a plan right on the fly. But A1 Esports, they've always struggled to make a plan on the fly without thinking a lot, without even having a lot of time. And the plan usually, it's not really working out.
Yeah, completely agree with that. The adaptation is not there. They try to be as stagnant as possible, just stick to the game plan that they set out at the start of the game once they had the flight trajectory in front of them. And that is not something that you can do in a game like PUBG Mobile, in a battle royale. Basically, you have to be as fluid as possible, as adaptable as possible. Plans need to be made on the fly, changes need to be made on the fly.
Yeah.
And because of which we do see the team take an early exit. But let's see, also to be fair, I believe they did not have weapons on everyone, so basically it was the lads from DE just taking down unarmed opposition. But on the other side, this time, Elementrix in a world of hurt.
I mean, again, even if you don't have any sort of weapons, as I've mentioned, you're never going to have the time. Sometimes you won't have the time to just pull out the strategies that you've written down in your textbook. You always got to be able to make strategies on the fly.
Yeah.
You've always got to be quick on your feet. You have always got to be quick with your mind and with your brain, with your IGLing in general. And that has been the struggle. That has been the problem with A1 Esports. When they try to execute the textbook strats, it usually works out. But the problem is the zone and the game and the RNG of the game would not allow you to just apply those textbook strats all the time inside the game. Yeah, maybe you will be prepared for a certain type of circle and you will write down the strategies in your textbook, but sometimes what if it's a complete southern circle? What if it's a complete circle that will catch you off guard? You got to be ready. You got to be able to think at that last moment.
Yeah, completely agree with that. You have to be able to think outside the box at that last moment. But let's see, Dax, having taken down one of the players from the side of Elementrix, have taken control of this massive mountain just west of El Pozo, just east of El Pozo, I'm sorry. And they're going to look to secure a few extra points. Elementrix on the other side now, as Necro has been talking about adapting to the cards that have been dealt to you. Elementrix, well, they're going to have to figure out a way to play this game with just a 3-man roster.
I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal for the players of Elementrix. I mean, right now, they're right in the smack center, also have a nice high ground to play with. The surrounding grounds are pretty much clear too, so it's going to be really tough to approach Elementrix. They have eyes all across the board. So Elementrix, they're looking fine for now, but if the circle takes a big shift away from them, then that's when the adaptability nature will try to kick in, and that's when we'll be able to figure out how good of a job Elementrix have done to make a strategy right on the fly. But again, you have teams like TDK who are still looking to make a good position inside the circle. They're a little bit in the outskirts towards Minas Generalis, not really that far away from the smack center, but entering inside the smack center or breaching in the center is going to be really tough. So I think playing a little bit off center has to be the strat here.
Well, let's see what the team is going to try to do. They do have the lads of high voltage quite close, in fact. And now Orange with the spray being shot towards Jiggle, I believe it was, has given away his position, but High Voltage, will they decide to commit? They can be sandwiched between Precious and Orange if they stop for a bit in between these two mountains. So it's going to be a troublesome situation for them. They have to be extremely careful about this. But over on the other side, Elementrix, they need to be cautious as well, because they will have, in a few short moments, the lads from Deadeye's guys appearing from the south. And if one more individual from the side of EX gets caught off guard, gets picked off, finished off, then this game becomes impossible to win.
Oh, it indeed does. Oh, look at the skin on that bike.
Ooh.
Looks sick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I wish I had a bike like that in real life, but I don't think so it'll suit my body type.
Me too. But
yeah.
No, I mean, I do want the bike, and I think it's going to suit me as well. I'm going to look good.
But do you have the money?
No, man. Bikes are too expensive. Super bikes are just too damn expensive.
But it's cheaper than a car.
No, it's not.
It is.
Nope.
It is cheaper than a... Look, bikes are good looking. Okay, and cheaper than cars.
No, they aren't. I mean, in the longer run, so you get what? You get a 1200cc bike, right? You're going to have to pay for a lot of fuel for that. You're going to have to pay for the maintenance. And there's a lot that goes on, man. It's not just about just driving it around, but we'll talk about this some other time, not right now. There's a game going on, and it's getting more and more intense because I keep looking at that map, and there's a massive cluster forming towards just north of Power Grid. But ladies and gentlemen, now 1952 going at it with the lads of Gremlin Storm. One knock secured from either side. It's a 3v3 situation in this fight.
Yeah, it's a chain reaction. Trades are happening back and forth. Fear ran straight into his death. But the trades are there on the board as well, keeping the players of Gremlin Storm alive just now, and also be able to buy a decent amount of time in that fight with those knocks. Nades are going to be tossed in from the high ground. A lot of intel is there, and the intel is going to be quite vital too. Rowdy, they tossed in the back of that rock. 1952 going for the res on the fallen players. Should not be that tough of a task. Gremlin Storm doing the same exact thing, but Rowdy is doing such a great job providing that cover fire from all the way top. Again, 1952, this is an uphill battle for them.
It is going to be an uphill battle for them, quite literally. In fact, as Gremlin Storm, they have the high ground advantage. Memo, if he lobs the nades, the utility quite nicely, in fact, just perfectly, he can take down these individuals easily. But the lads from 1952 repositioning themselves will manage to remain safe and avoid, negate any sort of damage that was supposed to befall upon them. Fear with a nade, the Molotov towards Fear as well. Devil Boy taking a massive chunk, and with the UMP, Fear is going to charge forward, but then decides to not overcommit.
I would say that's a mature decision. Doesn't have the exact info how many players are available right underneath him. So does not want to be too overeager and too complacent inside the fight. Gremlin Storm, though, again, right now this fight has came down to a stalemate, and I don't think so the brawl's going to break down any sooner. It's going to take even more time because both these teams realize there's a lot on the line here. It's the final day as well of the week one. So you got to make sure you're at least getting away with as many points as possible. 1952, a rookie mistake, and will not be let slip by just like that. Memo makes it count and punishes the players of 1952. 1952, 2 players short now, and the rest 2 players in the back line. They're going to make sure they're at least getting away from this fight harms free, and they will be able to do so as well. But Gremlin Storm, they got gifted 2 free points, and they're going to be pretty happy.
Well, they're going to be quite happy about that, but let's see what 1952 is going to do with this situation. As now they have lost 2 players, basically. Dante finished off, Devil Boy knocked out. Jax from the back lines was trying to provide some sort of assistance to his teammate, take down the man from the side of Gremlin Storm on the high ground, but failed to do so. Because of which now even Entry is going to be stuck in an awkward spot. And these lads, they know that as soon as the lads from Gremlin Storm, the boys from Gremlin Storm are done with the loot, with looting the crates of the players from 1952, they're going to come for the other 2 as well. They're going to come for these guys, Jax and Entry. They're going to try and eliminate the entire team.
1952 again. Oh, bullets could have connected, unfortunately. Hit the wall there. IT is definitely not a team you want to challenge and aim fight against. The players have some different level of skill set, so you got to always give them an edge inside a fight. But so far, again, the next circle is shifted top left. Every single team now will need to start moving inside as quick as possible. We haven't really seen a lot of casualties so far. A1 Esports was a full squad wipe. We saw Elementrix as well lose out on a player. 1952 lose out on 2 players, but then later on, there's still a decent amount of teams alive. 15 teams, if I'm not wrong. And the next circle now is going to start getting packed up with a lot of teams. Deadeye's Warriors engaging in a fight. This fight might be worth watching as well. High Voltage under a lot of trouble. Deadeye's Warriors, they're able to find the entry. High Voltage, things looking pretty grim.
Well, they are looking quite grim for them, but look at that. It looks like the Warriors are in a world effort as they come up against High Voltage and end up wiping the entire team in a matter of seconds. 2 players knocked out from the side of DE Warriors, and High Voltage just absolutely destroyed in the collision.
Deadeye's Warriors just doing some light work, not even breaking a sweat in that fight. They did have 2 players knocked out, but still, it is completely okay. 4-4 fight won by the players of Deadeye's Warriors at the casualty of none. Something they can definitely afford and be happy winning. TRZ pretty close to the players of Raw. But these teams, again, Raw so far doing pretty okay in the overall rankings. TRZ, though, this is really important for a team like TRZ. They have all the players alive, but Matt Cat is in the death grip right now. If he gets spotted, that's going to be it for Matt Cat. No way out of this situation. Matt Cat, too, realizes the exact facts, so he does not want to give his footsteps away. But somewhere else, we see another fight happening in the elimination feed. It's the players of Seal getting their hands dirty as well.
Let's see, though, how this one is going to go. The circle shifting right on the players of IHC. They're going to be a happy bunch of campers right now. Smack in the center of the zone. No one to bother them for at least about the next 4 minutes. DE on the southern edge of the circle along with the players of DE Warriors. Seal Esport on the other side taking a fight against T2K. The nades being lobbed by Spooky. Has to heal up as well. Otherwise, he's going to be blown to smithereens in a matter of seconds. 2 players from the side of Seal Esports knocked out. Train to kill, definitely living up to the name. Lucifer taking heavy damage. Almost dropped. Kese as well is being pushed upon by Legend, and now Lucifer with a sliver of HP is going to try and survive, but that's not going to happen. Seal Esport getting wiped out on the 14th position. Train to kill, 4 points secured.
Flawless wipe too, Johnny.
Yeah.
Not a single knockout right there on T2K. Flawless wipe. Seal could not even stand a chance in that fight. T2K just proving them unparalleled. 2 teams are fighting for the supremacy, but T2K came out way too supreme. As we have DRS a little spread out. The spread's pretty decent too. Rule should be able to make it back to the team. But the next circle is starting to get packed with a lot of teams now. Gremlin Storms is edge camping. And they're going to make sure no one's going to be able to make it inside this next circle. DRS might be the upcoming players from that direction. But look at Rules. What a laser beam from this man. Knocks out 2 players from the side of T2K. And they're in a big world of trouble. Now DRS really would want to challenge this fight. And yes, they will.
Let's see. They are moving forward. They are getting a little too eager to step into the action. But they will have to be extremely careful about this. The more time they give to the players of T2K to breathe, to reset, they are going to get more deadlier later on. But 2 players finished off the blue zone, picking them up, and DRS getting the reward, the points that they wanted. But look at this, Rules is going to be dropped. The retaliation, in fact, the third party coming in from the players of Gremlin Storm, and more knocks incoming. Delta, he needs to be extremely careful, does not go over the ridge. Gyanthe as well, but from the off angle, Dictator almost taking down Delta. The helmet is shot up, the armor almost gone as well. Killer White, he bleeding out in the middle of nowhere. DRS all of a sudden find themselves stranded.
Still though, 2 players are looking pretty healthy. Elementrix on the other hand, only orange left. The circle took a shift, and Elementrix as well took a big hit. Only one last solo survivor. 1952 in the game as well. We saw 2 players were able to get away from that death grip. They were able to break free, but right now they're in quite a sticky situation themselves. Kremlin Storm on a move as well. They need a crossover on either side, and that's what they're going to do. Stalwart Esports out in the open, quite desperate for rotation, and DRS want to take an advantage of that fact. But Gante, unfortunately, being caught outside the zone. Now the circle as well is going to deal chunks of damage. Cannot afford to stay outside anymore, but DRS, they're trying to med strat this one out. And they're trying to buy at least as much time as possible to make it inside the circle. Gremlin Storm in the front. If it's a possibility, if Gremlin Storm knows there's someone outside the zone, then they will have a chance to wipe the players of DRS out. And those are 3 elimination points as well. Killer Whites, he barely surviving. As I mentioned, you cannot afford to stay outside the zone anymore. It's going to deal chunks of damage. Gremlin Storm, they spotted the players of DAX. There are teams all across the board. Not even a single place is left unchecked.
Well, but let's see what their decision is going to be moving forward from here on out. Dax dropping down 1 from the side of Gremlin Storm. The shift of the circle definitely not allowing these players a single moment to think, as once again it has moved towards the western side. But like Stalwart picking off Deadeye's guys bit by bit. 1 more knock secured by top, and he's going to try and go for the instant finish. True Love is going to try and see if he can climb the ridge from the other side, but on top, almost getting knocked out by that spray. Oh my goodness.
It's Stalwart Esports entering the fray. Everyone's a boss until Stalwart Esports, they show up. And then that's when Stalwart Esports just starts bullying every single team in the lobby. From the back, they're getting shot up. Gremlin Storm in a really bad spot. They need to reposition as quick as possible, and that's what they're going for. But again, speak about HP deficit. This is the prime example of that. Gremlin Storm, they've already been shot up way too much. Now they're in HP deficit too. Stalwart Esports, they're gaining a lot of supremacy inside this fight as Gremlin Storm, yep, every single angle is being checked by a lot of teams. Third party as well from the back lines. They're getting shot from all the different directions.
9 teams remaining, 26 players still alive. On top with the Mini 14 in his hands, is going to try and repay the favor to the players of Godlike Stalwart. In the meanwhile, they are themselves focusing on the side of Raw. Liquid knocked out in the open is going to be in the crosshairs of Joker. And well, Joker with the M4 is going to just tap away till his heart's content. Does manage to secure the point as well. WIZZES Club, the main getting finished off. Action spotted out, and Alex from INC on the other side. Well, he knocked out Jax, but it was Rekt who actually did, in fact, go on to secure the pick of Action from the side of Godlike Stalwart now. Godlike Stalwart left with a 3-man roster in this game. All of a sudden, IHC and DEW are the 2 teams doing too well for themselves. They have all 4 players remaining, and they have very good position inside the zone, especially IHC.
We were just talking about the rookies, and now the rookies show up as well. Yesterday was a bit of a downfall from their side, but today they're in here with the mentality of a champion, with a mindset to win it all. And Deadeye's Warriors, they're really close to that as well. Every single step towards the success, and hopefully it keeps on going forward as well. Deadeye's guys on the higher ground inside this fight, but they still need to make it inside. Before making it inside, though, the game plan has to be here to gather as much as intel as possible. TDK over here within a little bit of ridge inside the circle. IHC now as well, getting a little bit too eager to make it inside. No, that's not a way to stop, but they needed to. They had no other option. Unfortunately, TDK, they lost out on a player, so now they will have to at least suppress themselves. On the other hand, WIZZES Club approaching the players of Stalwart Esports, as now in the clothesline, it's going to be top, but Kuwait is catching a bit too much fire, even from the sidelines. It's Pika providing the cover fire, and Godlike Stalwart, what a nice setup.
Well, it is a nice setup indeed. They have managed to catch the players of WIZZES Club off guard, and now top, the spray completely whiffed, not hitting its mark. Could be a mistake that they'll go on to regret, but the nade from top should be enough to take down at least one individual, finish off one individual from the side of WIZZES Club. 6 teams remaining, 15 players alive. Godlike Stalwart not looking like they're going to stop anytime soon. Have the northwestern edge in lockdown, not allowing a single team to enter. Dax are being gate-kept. WIZZES Club are just getting absolutely trashed. And, well, IHC on the other side, they're doing the same thing to D2K.
Indeed, but the nade just blasts. Icy was overcooking that nade and it just blasted right in his hands. A little funny moment indeed, but I'd see, yeah, that's not a type of grief you really do want in your hands, especially when you're getting approached by a team. The cover fire was there in the back lines, but Alex needs to fall back and go for the rest of the fallen player. TDK, yeah, there is a couple of knocks onto themselves, so TDK will need to give the breathing space to the players of IC because they do not want to lose out on a player themselves. Approaching this fight is going to be quite tough, especially when you have Deadeye's guys watching the back lines as well. But look at Alex and Godless making a move finally on the players of TDK. They've realized TDK is quite hurt. Nades are going to be tossed in, but none of them land on the mark. Alex with one more chucked in. This might be close, but no. Not close enough. Legend catches another one. Now in a big HP deficit. Sandesh goes down. Another nade to sail in, and that's going to seal the deal. TDK out the fray on 5th spot.
Well, let's see there. They have taken an exit on 5th, Dax on 4th. Top 3 teams. Who's going to win? It is A+C+D+E and the lads of Godlike Stalwart as well. Godlike Stalwart, 12 eliminations secured already. Scry is still looking to get his first though. IHC with 11 eliminations, and now it is the clash of the Mongolian Giants, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of the biggest names from their region, 2 of the biggest names from South Asia, in fact, now. Godless extremely low. He's going to have to go for a heal. Barely managing to stay outside the radius of that nade. How lucky is this man? Alex in the front line is going to try and see if he can keep Scry at bay, while he's just going to try and measure up if the nades are going to go all the way.
Some classic setup from the side of IT, but look at Top wrapping up from the left line. Alex is unknown to the fact that Top has an angle on him, but Alex finally realizes that nice shot's connected. Even from the back lines, the cover fire's there, but Godlike Stalwart are a step ahead in this fight. IC2, the approach is there from their side, but the cover fire from the side of Godlike Stalwart is just something else. IC, they're on the brink of losing this fight too. Scry provides a nice cover fire. Top knocked out. Action is not in the fray anymore. It's all down to Scry and Pika, and IC's 2 players. Well, a 2-on-2 situation. They're all knocked out. All the burden on that one single survivor of IC. And is he going to be able to recover from this one? I see in the back going for the res on Zell. Top is knocked out in the front, but the res on the top is being stuck as well. Now Zell needs to provide a big cover fire to IC because IC's playing the front lines. A 2-on-2 situation turned into a 3-on-2, but again, IC manages to neutralize it down. IC approaching this fight. Stalwart Esports on a back step.
Well, this man is not scared of anything, running out in the open with a nade in his hands. The damage is being dished out, but Pika is going to go for the revive. He's trying to stick it as well. Finally disengages, has to retaliate to the aggression that is being showcased by the players of IHC. A 2v2 situation coming to a standstill for a few short moments. IHC, in fact, has healed up, and Zeol in the backlines has to put on a first aid, otherwise he's going to be just taken out with a single bullet. Pika is being extremely cautious, jiggling in and out on the Ritz. Does see IC finally with the UMP. It should be enough to take the opposition down, but the shots failing to connect. IC is joined by Zeol finally right behind him. And it is going to be quite intense as well. No armor on either of these players. Helmets shot up as well. So the damage negation is not really going to be there. Oh, this is such a great angle.
Godlike Stalwart were able to sneak in a res at the last second. Now it's a 3-on-2 once again. IC, there's no way IT can fight back from this. Godlike Stalwart, what a nice way to play that fight. Always a step ahead from the competition. One player in the front line just keeping the players busy while the other players in the back making sure that the time is worthwhile and going for the res on the fallen player. What a nice distraction. What a play from the side of Godlike Stalwart.
It was an impressive win. It was a very impressive win, and I think the final nail in the coffin was when the lad actually made it to that airdrop towards the right-hand side. That was it. That was such a great angle. You have a brilliant crossfire already set up, and the opposition has no way to climb that ridge. You can lob nades all over them till the end of the end. They're not going to be able to stop you. They're not going to be able to slow you down. A clinical finish from the side of Godlike Stalwart. But IHC, you know what? they're going to be regretting the decisions they made in the very end. It started off with a 4 versus 3 situation. They lost 2 players, gave the numbers advantage to the opposition just because they overcommitted at a time when they should have just waited patiently for the lads of Godlike Stalwart to reveal their positions.
I mean, no matter what you say, it's just less. I really want to touch up a lot on that fight, but after this short break.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, the first game on Miramar is done and dusted. We saw Godlike Stalwart walk away with an amazing win in a game that was supposed to go into the hands of IHC Esports, snatching away the 15 points right in front of them. Necro, now, as you mentioned, you want to talk a lot about that final fight, the final situation between the two teams. Well, take your time.
I mean, the only thing I wanted to elaborate on that or add on to was that this is a prime example of how to make decisions on the fly, how to make decisions at the last moment. You saw IHC realized it's a 2-on-2 situation. They have one player knocked out. How can they turn this into an advantage? The knocked out player is in a really tricky spot too. So they send one player in the front. His main goal there is to just distract the competition. He knows there's only 2 players in the front. At the same time, what he does is jiggle peeks around the corner. The big advantage that player had is that he had a high ground, so he knew the players of IHC, they won't really have a lot of visual, while he would be able to jiggle around as much as possible. That's what he exactly did. The other player in the back line asked the player for who was knocked to crawl backwards, and that's what he exactly did. When the player was back to safety, he went for the res, while the other player was just dealing a little bit of chip damage and wasting as much time as possible. And that's where IHC just blew it away completely. If they pushed onto that one single player who was wasting a lot of time at that exact moment, that could not have been possible. IHC should have realized that they still haven't gotten the confirmation on that knocked player, so it makes a lot of sense to make the push. But IHC instead, I think so they were just a little too scared to challenge that fight, considering they knew the fact that it's Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. They needed to secure that point, secure that finish as soon as it came their way, as soon as the man was knocked down in front of them. And it was a situation wherein, as you said, it might have been the case wherein they realized, all right, it's Godlike Stalwart, we need to be extremely cautious. And because of which, as we started the day talking about second-guessing our decisions, IHC started to second-guess themselves. And that resulted in them, well, losing out on those points that they wanted so desperately. But now they still have more matches left. As I always like to say, the day has just started. We have 4 more matches, and I'm pretty sure IHC, we're going to see them in the Livik.
I mean, boy, oh boy, am I surprised to see top with 8 eliminations? Absolutely not. I mean, this is something every single player that is just well versed to pull off in every single map. And from the side of Godlike Stalwart, not even surprised with that, with those numbers. 1342 damage dealt, 2548 survival time, and with the knocks of 4 and healing done of 343. Godlike Stalwart just making it look like another day at the office.
Well, it is another day at the office for them. As well, as you mentioned, 8 eliminations secured, 1342 damage. No headshots, does not matter. The man did an incredible job. But on the other side, I want to see what the rest of the lads from Godlike Stalwart were up to, because it was quite impressive. I'm pretty sure someone out of these players is going to have the assist leaderboard under their lockdown as well. But we are about to find out. Well, there they are. Scry is going to be there with 2 eliminations, 700 damage dished out. Pika with 4 and 778 damage dished out. Nirzet from the side of DE Warriors is going to show up in this list with 5 eliminations to his name, 433 damage. But it is going to be Alex from the side of the only man, in fact, from the side of IHC, who makes it into the player focus list on the 2nd position as well.
I mean, the rookie shines through again. I'm sorry to call you a rookie, man. You're not a rookie anymore since the last PMPL. But yeah, Alex able to show himself up on the kill leaderboards right there, and that is, of course, pretty impressive from the side of Alex. Something you expect from that man right there, because he likes to play in the front lines. He's the man who goes for the initial knocks on a team. He's the man who likes to open the fray up. 31 points secured from the side of Godlike Stalwart, total combined. Then you have ITC on the second spot. Again, ITC, not a bad outing from that game too. Consistency matters, and so far ITC are looking pretty consistent. As long as you're even able to get the second spot and decent amount of points, you're always going to keep closing up that distance to the first spot.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how much further ahead of the competition are IHC going to be, Godlike Stalwart going to be, and where does this game in fact put IHC in the overall rankings. The other competition, the main primary competition for these teams, took an early exit in this game. High Voltage was shown the early door. DRS couldn't really do anything in this particular game as well. So it is going to be, well, the overall rankings for now at least are going to look a little one-sided, but there are more games remaining. And Miramar has always been one of the strongest maps for the teams of Mongolia. But let's see. It is one of the 2 Miramars that have already been done. There's one more later in the day, but we'll have to wait for that one to happen. But this one, when the day started off, when the match started off, DE getting easy pickings on the lads of A1 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye's guys just making it look easy, and A1 Esports is already a team that has been on the struggling phase, so it is quite understandable why they were not able to perform against a team like Deadeye's guys, considering Deadeye's guys is looking pretty consistent compared to the players of A1 Esports. I mean, the comparison cannot even be made right now. But again, you still have 4 more games to go in the future lines, A1 Esports. The opportunity has not slipped away. You can still try to barely make it in top 12.
Yeah, as you said, you can still barely make it into the top 12, and as long as you make it to the top 12, you don't have to worry about anything else. It's going to be the moment where you get to play that extra game and make yourself known in the, make yourself a little bit more comfortable for the grand finals. But we do have the overall rankings in front of us, and there's the charge, there's the push from Godlike Stalwart, still on the first with 6 chicken dinners to their name. Necro 6 in a single week. In the 20 matches that, in the 17 matches that they have played, they have won 6 games. Impressive numbers right there. 230 points as well. IHC not too far away from DRS, but there's still a little bit of difference between the 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you mentioned, not too far away, pretty close. The distance is being minimized game after game. IT over here, consistency is going to count. I mean, Godlike Stalwart, they're just running away with a big lead after winning that game. Now they found themselves with 231 points more, so 31 plus. But again, right now at this point, considering this is the last day, at least in the week 1, top 1 position should not be the goal here. Try to be at least a second spot. Try to be as better as possible. Now, in the upcoming games, the teams that are already comfortable in top 5, you can try to improve on yourself more and more inside the competition, because as the day passes by, the competition is going to get even more tighter.
Well, completely agree with that. As the days goes by, the competition is going to get tighter and tighter, and it's going to be much more difficult for you to compete. But talking about the big names, ladies and gentlemen, and Necro, look at this. We have teams outside the top 12 that have won chicken dinners for themselves. We have TRZ. You do remember at one point we saw TRZ almost make it into the top 5. Well, now they're on the 16th position. And the difference is, well, it's not that much, but still, you need a win, and you need to get that win right now in the next game, which will be played on Erangel, with Group D not being part of the mix.
Ooh, Erangel, as you mentioned, is going to be the upcoming map. And now, again, Erangel means the classic map. Really tough to say which team's going to come out on top. But if you're going to have a bad spree, this is your time to bounce back. Erangel is one of the classic maps. There's no way you're not really accustomed to a map like Erangel. You will have to be well-versed with the map. So your chance to bounce back, your chance to count on the enemy mistakes. I'm talking to A1 Esports. Again, it's not like every single team's pretty flawless. They will make mistakes themselves, but it's your guys' chance to capitalize on those mistakes and try to improve on yourself even more. Even if the week 1 passes by, again, fans, keep this in mind. They still have 2 more weeks in the future line. It doesn't mean that if they are not able to qualify in the week 1, it's complete done. No, they still have a lot of opportunities they can try to capitalize on, so do not hate on them. But again, the upcoming group is going to be Group E back in the action. That means teams like Skylights Gaming, Maptex Esports, VENOM Legends, and Giant Mara will be back in action here. So what are your expectations going to be from those teams?
my expectations, well, they're going to be quite interesting because Janmara have been doing quite well for themselves. They had a few decent games yesterday. We saw those impressive clutches from their side as well. So I'm going to expect Janmara to just stay on that momentum, stay on that path, and improve their rankings in the matches today as well. Skylight Gaming on the other side, we know last day when they are put under extreme pressures, when the players start to function, when the players show their true faces. And today I do expect a decent performance from the side of Skylight Gaming. Maptex, I'm not really sure about what the team is up to, but I want to see them perform so bad, and I hope this is the match that they start with. But if you were to ask my prediction for this particular game on Erangel, I think once again I will just go with the lads from Godlike Stalwart because of how good they looked the entire time while they were playing this match on Miramar. I don't think they're going to get beaten today.
You didn't go with Godlike Stalwart in the previous game. You went with DRS.
Yeah, I know.
But you said once again.
Yeah, because I think out of 3 correct predictions I have 2 were Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah, so it's kind of like pretty much the safe pick. But you know what? I'm going to go with T2K. We've seen their downfall. Now it's time to see their rise once again in the overall rankings. And I believe T2K can make it happen. Because, again, recently they've been kind of vanished in the lobby. They haven't really been getting that much amount of limelight anymore as they got as soon as they entered inside the day, because they were just one of the most dominating force. They were just a freak of nature, but we're not really seeing the similar sort of replication once more. So I want to see that T2K back in action on this final day.
Same. I mean, I would love to see T2K in action again. As you mentioned, this sort of run that they had during the second day of this week, they looked so strong, so good, so solid. They were making, they were playing like they were Godlike Stalwart, even better in a few moments. And that is something that is going to make the competition a whole lot more interesting. Train to Kill, I think they have those moments when they just outshine themselves outside everyone in the lobby and they look like a completely different team. But then there are these random moments of mistakes so absurd that you can't even think like, all right, what just happened? Why are they eliminated all of a sudden? Why is the entire team out of this competition? Not competition, but that particular game. And it's going to be the most randomest of thing with this lineup. Something that, well, majority of the times, to be fair, it is out of their control. You can't really have vision, 180-degree vision mid-rotation every single time. You are going to get distracted. You are going to be in a panic situation, especially in the late game stages, and you can't dodge every single bullet as well. But in those situations, as you mentioned, Necro, they need to figure out a way to adapt and overcome those troubles that are headed their way. But for now, we are headed towards this map of Miramar. Oh, sorry, Erangel. Miramar is done. This is Erangel.
Here we go. The planned flat path on our screens too, ladies and gentlemen. Starting all the way from Zarki, or Georgiapol if you'd like to call it, ending towards Nowhere Pnoit and Milta. Again, just dividing the map in half, perfectly divided as well, so teams are not going to have any sort of issues or trouble to make it or extend it towards their drop location. Maybe if you do want to go towards Sphere up here, if you're Elementrix, then you will have a little bit of troubles here and there. And if you're TRZ, you like to go all the way to the bottom left. But other than that, other teams should not have any sort of problem. So I'm not really expecting a lot of early skirmishes. But what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there are going to be early skirmishes in this particular game. But we can be proven wrong, as we do have Maptex. And if I'm seeing this right, I mean, it's going to be pretty awesome. All right, now, Maptex are going to drop towards that school apartment situation. There's no way they're going to go towards Yasnaya Poliana. And Yasnaya, once again, it's going to be taken control of by the players of Skylight Gaming. So that one game where whoa!
What is that?
Well, we want to have fun, so did the game.
Johnny, what is the most funniest voice you can make?
I don't know.
Okay. This man needs to still figure out the inner talent.
Show me an example of what you want me to do.
No, that'll be weird.
No, show me, Necro.
No.
Lead by example.
No. I don't want to set an example. No.
Why?
No.
Why?
Maybe on my personal social media. But not here. I don't want to be fired from my job. I love it. But yeah.
Alrighty.
The next circle, though. I mean, oh boy, this is a blunder. I mean, the majority of the circle is just covered by the water. And there's not a lot of land surface available for the teams to find themselves a better footing. So you better be quick to make it inside the circle. You better be quick with that looting phase. You should not buy a lot of time. And if you are engaged in a stalemate, just be the mature one and back off from that fight.
Well, let's see the laser against rules right now. Yeah, first we thought we were going to have a standard game because of how the plane path was. Well, the game said nope. Then we thought, all right, we're not going to see any early engagement. And then I guess DRS and the side of VENOM Legends, they had different plans. We did see the two players up against each other, but both of them decided to back off instantly. In fact, no one wants to lose bodies this early in the game.
No one would want to. You got to make sure all the 4 players are intact, and especially if the circle's like that, then you do need your whole squad to back you up. You cannot afford to lose out on players that early off in the game because you don't really have a lot of breathing space later on inside the circle. 1952, near farm. DRS pretty close to Milta. VENOM Legends and DRS always have been really close to each other. VENOM Legends really old drop spot. Milta Power, they haven't changed it up till now. Really do like to stick to the basic there. Giant Mara all the way in Lipovka. Skylights Gaming, the Yasnaya Poliana. Finally back in Yasnaya. Skylights Gaming, they don't really have a lot to worry about. And the main thing, if I'm not wrong, why the players of Skylights Gaming were really hesitating and dropping inside Yasnaya was Seal Esports. And Seal is not playing inside the game anymore. So Skylights is like, all right, we'll take our old drop spot back. But this is the problem, right? If I was Skylight, I'd be like, I don't care, man, if you're Seal. I will challenge you for that fight. That is our drop spot. We've claimed it since the past. It has been ours. Our name is just carved on the walls of Yasnaya. That is ours. So we'll take it back no matter what. But Skylights Gaming, they've just adjusted, you know?
Yeah, the problem with that, Necro, is they tried that once. It did not work out. Didn't work out too well for them.
Have you heard about this? Try, but don't cry.
Wow. Yeah, that's... Never heard that before.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of world you live in, buddy. But yeah, this is a phrase that everyone's heard in the past, you know? Never give up. You can't see me. Okay, that's not. But
that's something else.
That's something else. I went off topic there, but yeah, Maptex Esports in front of us near school. Maptex Esports, actually, we need to touch up on this team. Now, they were not playing in that previous game, so we didn't really see a lot. We didn't see a downfall, but again, the other teams are catching up to that spot. Maptex Esports is barely on that 12th spot. This game really matters a lot to them, Johnny.
Yeah, it does. It is going to be an important match for them. They have to make sure this one counts. As you mentioned, they are sitting on that 12th position, and I believe the difference between them and the teams above and below, it's somewhere around, well, they are just 1 point share of the team on the 11th position. Then they are 3 points or 4 points in advantage. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, Maptex do get that advantage, do get themselves in a safer position, which I would say has to be within the top 7, the top 6 of the overall ranking. That's where they need to be in order to play that last game of the day. But A1 Esports now, their entire story is just about redeeming themselves. It is the first week. They haven't really performed, sitting on the bottom of the rankings. They had one moment, a moment of brilliance where we saw them jump up 3 positions on day number 2. Day number 3 rolls around. First game, I expect them to have a brilliant time, just continue the momentum they have established with themselves. But no, that game is botched, and so are the rest of the matches of the day. And since then, A1 Esports was struggling up until Hitman showed up big yesterday. The man was phenomenal in his individual performance. Unfortunately, one man alone won't be enough to get a team to cross that finish line, to get them the win. And that is why A1 Esports, I think, as far as week number 1 is considered, forget about it. Don't even think this never happened. Week 1 does not exist. Start fresh from week 2. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the league stages, the objective is to stay in the top 16 and make it to the finals. Even if you don't have those bonus points, you have to make it to the finals. And in the finals, you have to make it to the top 10 to get into the SA Championship.
There you go. Johnny just read an entire book in front of you guys. Yeah, whatever
an
he
angry
said,
monologue.
everything, all of that, whatever he said, all of that is necessary. But the main thing he said, and the main thing that I heard, and I really feel like that needs to be elaborated, is Hitman's individual performance, his solo performance. It has been way better than any single player inside that team so far. And as you well said, as you well mentioned, is that just one player popping off from a team is not going to be enough. There always needs to be an entire team. It's a team game. There's a reason why you have 4 players inside a team to help each other out, to create a little bit of micro strats here and there. But A1 Esports, they're always just not able to fall on those micro stats. As I mentioned, the adaptive nature of that team is somewhere missing.
Yeah. The adaptation isn't really there, but 1952 spotted out by Nerzet from the side of DE Warriors. Shots exchanged from either side. The lighthouse under the control of 1952, along with the gas station right next to the military bridge. On the other side, the squad house has been taken by the players of DE Warriors as they finally made their way across from the bridge and now have entered the main island. Few shots connect. Devil Boy managing to deliver some pressure at least on the opposition, but it's not going to be enough to secure any knocks.
Shots are just being peppered to make sure the enemy is staying suppressed. Deadeye's Warriors, they want to make sure 1952 are not getting too complacent in that spot. And so far, they're doing a great job making sure that 1952 are not going to peek out from those spots once again. Right now, they're quite uncomfortable in their own spot they found. Wants to blow the vehicle up too. Could have done so, but unfortunately had no sight lines on the wheel, so they're going to be able to just get away from that spot safely. 1952, a safe rotation out of a tricky spot. Nothing much to worry about, but Devil Boy is catching a bit too much hurt, and he decided to stop because he has no other option left, and that's going to be casualty right there. No way out of that spot anymore. Devil Boy has to be the casualty of 1952. Now, starting things off on a 3-man squad inside this sort of a circle, definitely things are going to get quite dicey.
They are going to be quite dicey, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the first blood of the game right there. Unless the lads from 1952 can pull off a miracle and stop DEW from doing this, well, it's a little too late now as Doc just ran forward to secure that finish, that point for his team. And now finally goes back towards his teammate. They have to be extremely careful because 1952, they're going to move a little bit to the right. There is a mountain. Not a mountain, but a small hill that follows the road. And you can use it as quite a decent cover to take on the team that just took one of your players out. But on the other side, it seems like Dictator is stuck in a very awkward position along with his teammates. They are trying to play it safe. They are just trying to hide themselves in this position. But the problem is that the lads from 1952 are way too close for comfort. And now they're finally left, in fact.
Kremlin Storm on our screens. As we have Rowdy just sitting in a little tower. Airdrop 1 as well is on the board. As we saw, it's the AUG with the suppressor available and also a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But it's next to impossible. No one's going to all the way in that water line. So that airdrop's going to be going to a waste. Deadeye's Warriors, first game, phenomenal. Second game, looking to keep the consistency up. Are they going to be able to pull it off or not? It's something they will need to figure out. But what I'm seeing on the map here, Johnny, is that Stalwart Esports is falling back from that bridge. And they're going on the left bridge, out in the blue. They want to be as safe as possible with the rotation. Stalwart Esports, my eyes is all on you guys. I'm going to try to track every single strategy that you guys try to pull off inside these games. And I'm gonna expose you all.
What's going to be your detective name? I'm going to ask you that a little bit later, as Gremlin Storm have gone on to lose one of their teammates. No Fear knocked out. It should be an easy revive, though there's plenty of cover available for this team to hide behind and bring their teammate back to his feet. Oh! Whoa! Wow. That smoke. Not really going anywhere. But still, not a point of concern for the lads of Gremlin Storm. They're still going to be quite comfy in that position, at least for a bit, at least for now. But the Warriors, they come hunting. 1952, one player finished off already, and the team that did it is the team that's headed in their direction. So it's going to be quite an interesting call on how they decide to take this fight. Look at that. They have DE Warriors. They have every bit of information that they needed. And they are just scouting out this position, trying to see if the lads are going to reveal themselves. But 1952, extremely patient and cautious. Exactly how they should be.
The next circle. Oh, it centers on up on the players at TDK. Now TDK, they're quite spread out, but they cannot afford to stay that spread anymore. They will need to try and reunite as quick as possible, and that's what they're doing. You do see instantly Legend and Jane just booking it in vehicles, reuniting with their teams. So that's a wiser option from the side of TDK, because now they realize the next circle is going to start to fill up with a lot of teams. That vicinity is not going to be free anymore, and you got to make sure you're staying in the center as much as possible. So they have a nice 2-2 split going on so far. Hopefully they're not going to get countered with that split, as we have airdrop 2 on the board. MK14. It's going to be in action, but it's already outside the circle, so none of those teams are going to be going for it. Stalwart Esports are still outside the blue, tanking the damage, burning through a lot of meds, but they want to make a safe rotation. Now we finally see them entering inside the circle on the edge, pretty close to the players of DRS, so we might just see a little brawl happening between those two teams.
Well, let's see. It's not going to be a brawl. It's going to be an all-out war, I guess, as there are other squads closing in on this position as well. Janmara Wadu completely protected and hidden in that position, while Snipe is trying to see if he can get a little bit of information on the lads of Maptex. Does see Leo, sees the heads, the shot failed to connect, and well, the damage in fact was given out by Leo to Snipe. Dropped down to around 70% HP, but we'll talk about that later, as finally the fight re-engaged by the players of DE Warriors. They have decided to go for a push on 1952. Jack's cooking up an aid, is going to try and see if he can deter the aggression from the opposition, but no, it's going to be the Scar L in the hands of these players that are going to drop the bodies of the players of the E. The nade is going to blow them up to smithereens. One last player from the side of 1952 is left standing, and it's all for the cost of one. They've just lost Sneak. They all have to finish off in Dante, and it's going to be done and dusted. Dante charging in is going to try and see if he can pull off a miracle, but it's not going to be happening today. 1952, an early exit on the 16th position, the first team to go out in this game.
Yeah, not really a start they wanted, huh? But 1952, they were already down to a 3-man squad. We saw a little bit of battle happening between these two teams near the gas station, but finally it broke into an all-out war. VENOM Legends, kind of in a tricky spot against AJ, who's all by himself, isolated in that compound. They still don't really have a lot of info on AJ, but there's one player in the outskirts. He's now going to start to close in on the compound. AJ is going to be in big trouble. The cavalry needs to be here as quick as possible. Skylights Gaming, you guys need to back this man up, and that's what is exactly happening. You do see one player in the minimap closing up from the side of Skylights Gaming, so AJ will now have a little bit of cavalry available to try and defend this compound. Nades are tossed in from both the sides. Both of these teams are just exchanging utilities. The third man's there too. VENOM Legends are now short a man.
Well, let's see though. VENOM Legends, as you mentioned, they're going to try and apply as much pressure on the players of Skylight Gaming as they can. The nades being cooked by Gangsta. He's going to try and lob it in the window. And well, Mafia Ninja manages to run away right in the nick of time. Gremlin Storm getting eliminated by the players of A1 Esport on the other side. I guess the team finally shows up on the last day of week 1. But Gangsta overcommitting without checking where Mr. Boro is, gets punished. And for the right reasons as well. You can't be that complacent about the opposition. You have to give them respect.
I don't even think so. It's him being complacent. It's just him being too greedy and wanting to convert that point into an elimination point. Yeah, greed is never good. Maybe sometimes it's good, but yeah, right now in that scenario, greed was definitely not good. Going for an elimination point was not that good of an option. VENOM Legends down to a 2-man squad, a team that was looking like a full pack force, but right now they're just down to a 2-man squad. Things not looking good for them. Susan is just AFK, looking outside a window, thinking about his life, while Frack Boy is in the middle of a war. Frack Boy realizes 2 players in the front. The Shack's door's blown up. AJ now wants to sneak in a nade. If that nade sneaks in, that's going to be it. But Frack Boy steps out at the last moment. realizes a lot of pressure on the shoulders, but gets shot at from somewhere else. It's TDK Jane who's going to apply a lot of pressure on this man. TDK so far, they're looking pretty dominating because they found themselves in a better spot inside the circle. Now they're doing a great job moving around the edge, repositioning themselves pretty well, updating their position over and over again, but that elimination point got stolen away by the players of DRS, as we have now Raw against the players of Giant Mara. Raw, all 4 players looking like a well-oiled machine, pushing up against the players of Giant Mara, and they're not going to stand a single chance.
Well, they don't stand a single chance, and they do get eliminated quite quickly as well. We're down to 12 teams, 41 players. VENOM Legends also out of action. And talking about action, it looks like Train 2 Kill are dropping the players of Godlike Stalwart. Top is going to be taken care of by the players of DE. But ladies and gentlemen, you do see the audience prediction there, and it seems like majority of you think it's going to be a game for Skylight Gaming or Deadeyes. Guys, to support your favorite team, type vote space the team tag in the chat on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official YouTube channel. But for now, we are seeing Assassin just moving towards the players of A1 Esport. The blue zone is going to put him under some pressure at least, or provide him with the urgency that he needs, the sense of urgency that he needs to move forward. Well, they are going to be quick about it. They just walk in and it's quick 1-2, A1 Esports, they're out.
Action's knocked out all the way in center. Stalwart Esports just booked it. Or it was just Action himself who just booked it right in the smack center, was not able to survive. The amount of bullets just were fired onto him. Scry is still in the outskirts near the players of Raw. He's being held off at bay. Even Raw themselves need to make it in, so Raw will need to spare his life if possible. Unless they can try to make a push on this Scry. Again, it's going to be quite a tough decision to make. TDK being sandwiched between 2 teams, TRZ and Deadeyes, guys. Not a position you want to be in. But TDK, I'm pretty sure they should have some sort of game plan available. They are pretty adaptive in these type of scenarios, and they are going to try to figure out some strats on the fly. Deadeyes, guys, shots not connecting, but at least they're able to instill some sort of fear.
Well, instilling fear in your position is going to be the best way to keep them away from you. But in a situation like this, it might just force them to retaliate as well, as we do see Deadeyes, guys, making the push towards Raw. Incas is going to be forced to run all the way into the other house on the other side. Look at this man go. He's not stopping. He keeps on running. There he goes all the way across. Wow.
Deadeyes, guys, yeah, what a charge on from these players. Raw, now they need to fall back no matter what. It's a panic situation. It's time to press the panic button, and that's what they're exactly going to do. Look at Cry, making sure he's not really giving away a lot of foot cues away. At the same time, wants to keep his position anonymous. He's a solo survivor, a solo man on a mission to try and pull off as many points as possible for the team. Again, it's going to be really tough, but TRZ is well on the elimination feed. Now they're going to start to feed away those points to the players of TDK. TRZ in a really bad spot inside the circle, pretty exposed. You do see Rare just shrouding himself in the smoke.
Oh boy, TRZ out in the open now. Oh, and well, Liquid is going to get more lead. Raw in a world of trouble now. 5 eliminations secured, but they have to make sure that they don't lose control of this compound. Otherwise, it's going to be a troublesome situation for him. And Sandesh is going to be the man picked up by Incas now. He's going to look to secure that point before it gets taken away, or even worse, the man gets up back on his feet. Meanwhile, though, Scry is going to use all of this distraction to his advantage, and he's going to try and see if he can run inside the zone, but that's not going to happen. And well, Godlike Stalwart are also shown the exit back to the lobby. We are down to 9 teams, 26 players in this game.
The circle is just so exposed. Not a lot of cover available. Every single team is as exposed as they've ever been in their whole life. How are they going to try to survive these open grounds? The only way they can is try to prone and maybe hope that none of them are going to be able to get any sort of eyes onto you. Vehicles as well will be used as cover. Some last moment cover. Choker, sir. Nade in the hand. Looking to toss it in the front. Raw in the front lines. Again, all 4 players are up and alive. It's a 2-2 split, which is not really working out that well for them. Shots are being exchanged from both the sides, but it's going to be the players at DEADEYES guys who come out on top in that battle. MapTex Esports against DRS. A lot of teams are still being caught outside the circle, but the problem is they cannot make a run for it. They will need a prone down and go in slowly and steadily, snail pace approach.
Yeah, and it's a circle out in the open, so you have to be extremely cautious about how you move, how you reveal yourself, how you are taking fights, everything. Smokes are going to be super important as well. You have to be extremely cautious and save a few for the closing moments, but for now, high voltage up against the players of Raw, and it looks like Mr. Smokey is going to be the last player left standing for his team. In fact, left crawling for his team, to be a little bit more precise, crawling down the slope of this mountain as his position has been revealed and has been compromised. On the other side, T2K, Jane just surrounding the rock to see if he can eliminate the players from the side of DE. Fails to do so. He's going to lob a few more smokes to create a little bit of breathing room for him and his teammates. But Shari is going to use this to his advantage. Does manage to secure an extra point as Rig, who was knocked out, does get picked up by Chari. And now it's between Legend and Jane, and Legend gets knocked out by the WIZZES club. Extra pressure being relieved of the players from DEADEYES. Guys, Chari is definitely going to be grateful for this. But now it's just Jane that's left standing, and Chari, he needs to put up that first aid before he decides to engage. But the nade lobbed out in the open, and Jane is going to be able to secure a knock because of that.
Chari was on a med deficit, so makes a lot of sense. Was not able to patch himself up, but at least he got away with the point. Joker Sir now on a solo mission against the players. So high voltage, nice nade. Gonna catch Assassin, right slipping away. Jiggle still alive. The IGL, the man, the myth, the legend, is gonna try to back off from that spot, hoping that maybe that can be a little bit more safer vicinity or safer spot available. Joker Sir barely on the edge of the blue zone, trying to move in inside the circle. Nade parades are there from their side. Right now, the circle is just being so random. It's really tough to guess where the next circle is going to land, which team it's going to favor. And yep, it's going to favor the players of high voltage. They've found themselves in lucky shoes. They will now need to start taking control.
Well, they will have to take control, and they can't let it go till the very end. 5 teams, 13 players still alive. High voltage, the entire team, doing pretty phenomenal in this particular match. And they have the southeastern edge all for themselves. No pressure to deal with, just a little bit from the northern side. But Joker with a single nade can ruin their plans of walking away with a chicken dinner in this game. And Jane in the distance, having that haystack for cover, is just going to be pruned out as well. MapTex, we were talking about them just blundering up those matches a few days ago, but today they show up big. And well, as I say that, Apex is going to be knocked out. Wally barely surviving, but Leo securing knocks along with Baron, and WIZZES club getting absolutely destroyed. The last player left standing is not going to be standing for long. WIZZES club getting eliminated from the match, and then there were 4, ladies and gentlemen. 9 players remaining, 4 teams surviving. MapTex, they have lost a few. 2 players knocked out, so it's going to be up to Baron to go for a revive on the rest of his teammate and get them back in fighting shape to close out this game.
Again, the stars are aligned for the side of high voltage to put on a stellar performance. But are they going to be able to secure this victory in their hands? MapTex Esports, the biggest thorn in their way. The solo survivor, Jane, has the fate to decide which team would win this game as well. If he wants, he can spoil a team's game and decide the champions. But if he wants, he can also go for the victory blow as well. He's the solo survivor with a lot of burden on his shoulders, moving in slowly and steadily. Jane realizes giving his position away is not going to be the key move here. Instead, keep quiet and keep yourself anonymous. But that single nade from the side of Wally was just way too devastating. Finds 2 knockouts. Wally can be the turnaround man here. Molotov tossed in to flush out the players from that position, but Jiggle spots out a man slipping by. Baron's position compromised. Instantly, Baron knocked out as well. Now Jane has to be the key player to turn things around. If Jiggle has been spotted, he should be taken down, and he does. Jane, the solo man, is looking to spoil some dreams here.
Well, it's down to a 1v1 between 3 individuals, and there is a possibility of Jiggle walking away with a win in this game. As you said, he is here to ruin the plans of the opposition, and he has gotten extremely close to doing so as well. All he has to do is stop the players from MapTex and also high voltage from going for those revives. He has an 8, he's cooking it up, lobs it in the wrong direction. It has to land close enough to finish off the knocks, but no, he's not going to be able to hit that mark. he is looking in the wrong direction, needs to go for the opposing haystack. It is a triangle of death between these three teams. Now, Jane, once again outnumbered and position, his cover compromised, has to deal with the fact that it is going to be a 1 versus 2 versus 3 situation, and Maptex are going to be there with the man advantage.
But again, the next circle is favoring Jane, so that's a big ball in his court. But being a solo man, he cannot try to pull off a lot of strats here. He needs to keep his heads down. He needs to play, or he needs to bring in a passive approach. He needs to let these two teams fight against each other, and that is what is exactly happening. Maptex Esports, unfortunately, on a med deficit. They cannot afford any type of heals anymore. Jane, it's his time to take advantage of this fact, and maybe he can strike in with a victory blow with the knockout punch. Malik still alive from the side of high voltage. Maptex Esports on an HP deficit, on a med deficit. Nothing much can be done. Jane sniffs out the last man of high voltage, and now Maptex Esports have a lot of confidence available. Molotov tossed in, a perfect one as well to flush out the player out of their cover, but that Molotov's not going to cover a lot of distance in that ground. So Jane, this fight is being elongated a little bit more. Where is the next circle going to shift? Which team is it going to favor? Jane in a clutch scenario, a 1-on-2 situation. Jen left to clutch it out. TDK's lifeline depends on this one.
And if anyone can pull it off, it's going to be this man. Let's see. Wally reveals himself. I don't think there are any heals left. Yes, that's the thing. No heals left. So Baron is going to be out with a single bullet. Wally has the 70% HP and the booster that's running right now. So a single misstep from the side of the players of Maptex. They try and throw the fan over to the other side. But Jane, he's just hiding. He's hiding behind that haystack. I think he wants to take this all the way to the actual end game scenario when the blue zone is all that's left inside of the map. And well, that is going to happen soon. It started to move. Jane, inch by inch, is going to be engulfed in the blue, and the damage number is going to be massive. He steps out, baits the play. The shots do not connect. Jane, can you pull it off? The answer is no. Maptex, they close it out in style as well.
Johnny, how unfortunate is this? I pick IHC, I pick TDK, and both those teams finish on the second spot. So close to a victory and making my prediction right, but both those teams finish on the second spot.
Maybe had you not picked them, they could have won the game.
No, then what about your pick, dude? Stalwart Esports, they had one of the worst games throughout the entire series today.
I thought it has been established that I curse teams. I thought that was established. I never claimed that I was going to be predicting wins 100%.
The only reason they got the second place was probably because of me then, I guess.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got second because of you. Otherwise, they could have won the game. Jane would have just easily clutched out a 1v2.
You're allowed to think whatever you want, man. Listen, all right, we have your individual mind.
Exactly.
All right, yeah, jokes aside.
Yes, we are going to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss our thoughts and our views about each other. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and what an interesting finish we had, because it was a 3v2v1 situation between T2K, Maptex, and the other squad that was present, but in the end, Maptex versus T2K, Jane, in fact, who was the last man standing for his team. That's what it came down to, and I have no idea. I think he had a little bit of utility left. Jane I'm talking about, but he decided, like, I believe it was just smoke that he had left, that decided not to use. And it is going to be quite interesting because he could have used those to isolate the two individuals from the side of Maptex, and things could have worked out. But that's not going to matter. He is still going to be the MVP of the game. 7 eliminations secured, 800 damage dished out, and of course, the man made it till the very end.
I mean, look at the conversion right there. 7 knockouts, 7 elimination, perfect conversion, a nice line drawn from this man. 880 damage dealt, 1 headshots, of course, and then you have healing done of 106. This man did not heal a lot in that previous game. But again, you have Praveen from the side of High Voltage. I mean, the circle was favoring the players of High Voltage for a really long time, but they were not able to take control of that circle pretty well, and I wouldn't blame them for that. Honestly, the circle was just out in the open. You did not really have a lot of breathing space. If you expose yourself, you're pretty much dead from the snakes.
Yeah, you're pretty much going to die to the stakes, in fact. But Jane, definitely an impressive performance. I'm happy that High Voltage also did quite decent for themselves in this particular match. Did you see Praveen right there with an impressive finish, and then Leo from the side of Maptex showing up in the old form that we used to witness from him. Assassin from the side of High Voltage as well. 2 eliminations, but 700 damage dished out. And then there was WIZZES Club. In the early stages, they were doing quite decent, but I have no idea how they got eliminated so quickly. It was like one fight that ended before it was even started. Look at the match summary. It's just one man.
Just one man, yeah. Jane has just taken over the entire place over here, and then you have AJ with the highest healing done. I mean, it was quite impressive considering Jane did not even heal a lot. He only had 106 healing done. And that is really impressive. And then on second spot, you have Kuwait in the highest damage dealt, and in the highest elimination is Leo with 3. That just shows the difference of what a monstrosity of a performance Jane has had from the side of TDK. A big hand behind the success of TDK right here, and Jane deserved to be here on the board. But again, TDK, finally some sort of semblance of life, finally a nice dominating performance. Maptex Esports with a win, and I feel like we all were just waiting for this team to finally strike in, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, they saw their opportunity and they made it happen. And well, because of which they have 23 points to move forward. We were talking about this, right? They needed wins like this. They need performance like this to move to safety. And I'm just glad it happened super early in the day. It's just the second game. They've already established a pretty strong position. But now they can't lose this momentum, Necro. Because 3 bad games, 3 bad performances after this are going to mean they're going to be back to square one. Which is just going to be like a coin flip to decide whether they're going to actually play Livik or not.
I mean, again, yeah, it was definitely a coin flip for them because they were barely on the edge before this game. But after this one, they should be in a decent spot. But again, it doesn't mean they're completely safe and secure. They still need to have the consistency flowing in, even in the upcoming games. Because Maptex Esports, yeah, performance pretty good in that previous game. Consistency is something they've been lacking. And keep this in mind that this was their first chicken dinner throughout this entire week. So being this first chicken dinner, they're definitely going to have the morale's all-time high, but hopefully they don't get over-complacent inside the lobbies.
Well. But still, a very entertaining performance, a very entertaining match, especially A1 Esport. For an instant, they looked like they were going to have a pretty wonderful time. We're going to see them walk away with a lot of points, but that did not really happen. And as we move to the later stages of the game, Jane, look at that. There were 7 teams remaining when Jane found himself as the last player for his team. And from there on out, he just stayed patiently waiting for his opportunity to strike. And when it presented itself, he secured an extra point, made sure his team was getting those 12 placement points as well, and finish off in style. But we do have the overall rankings right now. High Voltage back on the 3rd position, Train to Kill on the 6th right there. But it is going to be on the 2nd page of the rankings where we will see the players from the side of Maptex.
Now, I wanted to bring up a little point here. DRS, T2K, Deadeye's guys, all these teams, I love their approach inside the game. They played safe, they played cautiously, they like to think what they do, they like to think every single move they make inside the game. With a little touch of aggression, these teams are really good. They also have a little touch of aggression in them, as I mentioned. So just the approach these teams have inside the game, just the mindset these teams have inside the game really does surprise me. And hopefully we are going to be able to see that even more in the future days, and we probably will. But on the latter half of the board now, as we were speaking of Maptex Esports, no, they're still in that spot, Johnny. They're stuck on that 12th position. They're not able to get out of that one.
Yeah, oh wow. I mean, it is because of DE Warriors, though, to be fair. DE Warriors also have made sure that they constantly maintain that difference between them and Maptex. But if you can't go up, I would suggest just make sure that the team below you is not closing in as well. Maptex, the good thing for them, Necro, is going to be the fact that they have a game in hand. The team above them and the team below them have all played 18 matches, and Maptex are sitting there with 17 matches played. So that game in hand does work out as an advantage for them, which they can use in a dire moment, well, which is definitely going to be the time when it comes for qualification. But ladies and gentlemen, the next map, again, is going to be played on Miramar. The next game is going to be played on Miramar, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how that is going to move forward. And it is, well, now almost not almost, 3 matches remaining before we actually get to see that Livik game. 5 days we've been talking about that game, and we are so close to witnessing what it is going to be all about. But before that, Necro, prediction for the next game, prediction for Miramar. What do you think?
Tough decision, Johnny, because I've been making some calls, and those teams are landing on the second spot today.
Yeah.
IHC on the second, then instantly T2K on the second spot.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what, Johnny? I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. Please do not land the second spot once again. Please. Please. If you do, I'm pretty sure the clips are going to be shipped all over the internet. Well, if that does happen, back to back in a row.
3 games back to back. It's going to be a hat trick for you, by the way, if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, at that point, you guys can just sign me to organization. If you guys want consistency, I will give you guys the second spot every game.
Yeah, no, we already have one of those.
Who's that?
It's Ocean.
I can be the second one.
But in this particular match, by the way, Group C is not going to be playing. So TRZ, DRS, DE Warriors, and Train to Kill are not going to be there. Group D is going to be returning back to action. So IHC, Seal Esports, Elementrix, and DAX are going to be back on the battlefield. And I have a feeling that this game, it is going to be IHC who will get that win that they need, who will get that win to build the momentum that they need. And I think my prediction, I'm going to go with IHC now.
Okay, so we're pretty much like choosing the same region here, because IHC is one of those teams that really does want to catch up on that first spot. Godlike Stalwart is one of those teams that is sitting comfortable on the first spot. So even if a little games go here and there, they have a lot of wiggling room to play around. So something they can afford is take a lot of risk and try to pull off some new strategies and just overall have fun inside the game. But other teams, they cannot afford to have fun, especially teams like Maptex Esports, who are barely on the edge, teams like Giant Mara, who still need to make it inside. And I feel like this day is pretty much the day off the latter half of the board. 11th to 20th spot. We are having our eyes deadlocked on you guys, because today's day is for you guys to make a final comeback, a final moment to make a statement. If you guys are not going to be able to make it inside this game, then we'll pretty much count you out. And I'm talking to the final 4 teams.
Exactly. The bottom 4 are getting left behind way too far, not even close to the competition. And that is something that has to be a troubling situation for them. And I just hope they haven't given up yet. Because with 3 games to go, you never know. You finish in the top 3, the top 2 consistently. Make Necro say your name again and again, and maybe you're going to finish second. Just make sure that you are getting those elimination points, because that is something that you will have to do inside of the game. You can climb up. You might make it just barely on the 12th position, but as long as you make it, that's all that matters. But ladies and gentlemen, we have eventually made it on the plane that's on Miramar right now, flying over Miramar, in fact, and this time it's going to require us to see as to how this map, in fact, this game is going to go. The trajectory of the plane headed from the western side to the eastern side, right down the center from San Martin. And, well, it does divide the entire map quite evenly, so I don't think we're going to witness any early collisions. We hardly do on Miramar anyway.
Oh, yeah. I don't think so we're going to witness any sort of early collisions, at least in this one, because there are pretty rare teams that like to go towards either Puerto Paraiso or the Impala. There is one team that likes to go towards Valle del Mar, which is all the way down south, and if I'm not wrong, it's TRZ. And inside this one, they're not playing, so no one's going to be going towards Valle Del Mar. That's a spot up for grabs if anyone wants to go for it. Los Leones as well, it's going to be under contention. Two teams like to drop over there. Impala as well is going to be taken. So yeah, as you mentioned, the planned flat path is perfect for the teams. Nothing much to worry about. It's going to be perfectly dividing the map into halves. Now, Godlike Stalwart, they like to drop near Hacienda del Patron, and that's where they're going to go. But the question was, early collisions. Elementrix is really spread out, and I'm not a big fan of that. Look at the split they have, 3-1. I mean, even those three players are pretty spread out from each other.
Well, but they do like to play that way, and they have an interesting way of making it work for them in the early stage, especially on Miramar. They always go for a 4-man white split drop and somehow manage to survive. It's always interesting and it's always very fun to watch, but look at that. You were talking about the split from Elementrix. Look at the players of Gremlin Storm now, split by the players of Seal Esports, in fact, and I believe Memo is being hunted down.
He is. And look at Seal. Oh boy. Really close to each other. They're just dividing that team away from Memo. So Memo is all by himself and Minas Generalis. But yeah, Seal right now, they're not even approaching him. So not something that's going to be a big worry for them. Scarlet's Gaming all the way on top. Raw and of course Tax like to drop inside El Pozo. So that has always been a drop clash. But these two teams haven't been fighting because El Pozo, as I mentioned, is a big city. And two teams can comfortably drop inside there and loot for themselves. VENOM Legends, really close to Hacienda del Patron. Godlike Stalwart in San Martin. Then you have WIZZES Club near Camp Militar. We do hear a couple of shots being fired. Now, Johnny, this game is going to be so important for a team like John Mara that is really close to qualifying.
Yeah.
But something's holding them back. And I would understand the amount of frustration you would have if you're not able to qualify and if you're not barely able to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, if you are too far away from the qualification point, the cutoff, then it's okay, right? Because, you know, it was not your time. You were not playing well, and the difference between you and the cutoff was quite massive. So you're going to be okay with it. But if you miss to make it with like 4 points, 5 points, be 10 points, you get pretty angry with yourself. All right, we could have done a little bit better every single game. We could have gotten 1 extra point, and then we would have been on the other side. We could have been playing this Livik match right now. And I completely agree with you. Janmar, I think they do have what it takes. They clearly have what it takes, as we saw yesterday when they were putting up phenomenal numbers on the board again and again and again. We saw impressive clutches from the team as well. We saw what No Fear was capable of as far as an individual goes. And with all of that in mind, I think it's just been an unlucky, unfortunate situation for them. Also, a few sort of interesting decision, just to say the least, being made in those late game situations. But all of that being said and done, I think again, with a team like Janmara, I can guarantee you this: no matter what happens, no matter they play the Livik or not, they're going to be there in the finals.
Oh, they definitely will. Again, though, I mean, we did see a little bit of potential fight happening between the players of Gremlin Storm and Seal. But now the threat's being minimized. It's being neutralized. Both those teams have made their ways away from each other. Both those teams do not want any sort of early smoke. So they're just going to fall away from that fight. Dax on our screens. I mean, Dax at this point, they're really far away from even qualifying. They're kind of like right next to A+B+C+D, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, I mean, this game is going to be a really important game. If you're able to come out on top inside this game, if you're able to get like 32, 31 points, then maybe you're still in contention. Maybe you're still in that run. But if you're not able to get a chicken dinner inside this game, then just count yourself out if you're in the bottom 4.
Yeah. Completely agree with that. And even if you get a chicken dinner, then you need a chicken dinner and then some in order to put yourself in a position for qualifying being an actual possibility. Because the bottom 4, in fact, the bottom 3 are really far behind. Gremlin Storm is still in a pretty decent position because the jump from 79 points upward to where the players of Maptech are, they can make it happen in the next, well, in the next 3 matches, including this one. So this, the Erangel after this, sorry, the Sanhok after this and the last Erangel, they can make it happen. But as you so perfectly said, Negro, the only way it's going to start is if they win this game. Dax and A1, I think they're pretty much out of it already.
Yeah, pretty much. We can just count them out at this point. But considering how Dax were playing in the previous PMPL, I expected the performance to elevate even more inside this one.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. The performance has dropped off. And they need to figure it out amongst each other what the main problem is, what the main issue is within the squads. Elementrix really close, closing on up against the players of Gremlin Storm. Both those teams now have exact info where the enemy teams are available. Only 2 players from the side of GSM in the front. GSM in a world of trouble. One player stepped outside the compound, and he's right on the wall too. You cannot afford to stay outside the wall anymore. Finally, he's able to make it back to safety, barely surviving on a sliver of health. Johnny, speaking of, you know, just raging moments, speaking of disappointments, have you ever been disappointed? Have you ever been disappointed into yourself so much that you just start smashing things around?
I've broken a monitor while playing a different game before. Lost a game, got angry.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's a real gamer right there.
That's a bad thing to do, man.
No, why? Just let it out, you know?
No, don't let it out. I wasn't able to play for about a month because of that. Don't break your things. You will regret it literally the next second. When you're sitting there with a broken device, broken controller, broken monitor, whatever it is, like in your hands, it's gonna make you feel like crying. Because I actually did.
I mean, what I used to do is I used to buy like these cheap keyboards.
Yeah.
And whenever I would lose a game, I would just it wouldn't really matter to me because they were so cheap. They were literally so cheap that I can afford to break them. They were like $2 or $3 per keyboard. So it was like, it's okay if I break it, you know?
Yeah, no wonder you were making reference about you can't see me a few moments ago.
I mean,
wrestling fan, I see.
Oh yeah, wrestling fan, love boxing, you know? That's why I'm challenging you for a boxing fight. I'm just kidding.
Wow. Yeah, I challenge you to a marathon.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's run 25K.
No, man. You think
why not?
Dude, I can't run for 25 seconds.
Damn. I think you can do 25 seconds. I think you can do more than that.
I probably can. I probably can. I can run up to like 5 minutes, but yeah, not more than that. But let's get our heads back inside the game. You know, the conversation was getting a little too interesting. We'll have to cut it off because the games are getting even more heated up. As you do see inside the circle, a lot of teams have already starting to get accumulated. There are still a couple of more teams outside in the blue. 1952 going for the safest rotation possible. Keisei from the side of Seal is in the front lines, but I don't think so they're going to be catching any sort of eyes onto each other anytime soon. These teams are tanking a lot of damage. These teams are taking their sweet little time. But the problem with taking a lot of times in initial rotation is that when you make a rotation inside the circle, you're going to be so unaware of the fact that which team has taken which sort of a compound. You're going to have no intel.
Well, I don't know what sort of intel 1952 has. They have taken the southern edge of the map as their rotation point and are moving quite quickly up north, just following in the footsteps of Seal Esports. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if there is a collision happening anytime soon. But for now, Gremlin Storm up against the players of A1 Esports. Fair, having spotted out Sinister, I believe, is going to make sure that his team positions itself in a certain way from where they can blockade A1 Esports rotation, stop them from moving forward. And it's just Rowdy and Fear over here. The other two players in the distance. A1 Esports, they've fallen in this trap before of just running into fights willy-nilly and not realizing that they are being baited. But Gremlin Storm, Fear, and Rowdy, they are going to just get out of this and move on along their merry way.
A1 Esports playing this one really safe and sound. They don't have any other choice left. They need to. Because so far, that has been a strategy. It has not been working out for them. Or it's either them just getting caught off guard in some unfortunate circumstances, or it's pretty much them themselves putting in those circumstances. But what do we see in the elimination feed? It's 1952. One player, unfortunately, just knocking himself out of the vehicle. This is why you never jump out of moving vehicles, guys.
Well, he tried it once. Won't do it again, I guess. But still waiting for the first blood of this match. 11 minutes in. No aggression at all. DE having been spotted out by the players of Elementrix. I don't think they realize that Elementrix is basically stalking them at this point. Aware of their every single move and how they're positioning themselves inside that building. And Raw surrounded by a stalwart esport. Top on one and the other two players on the flank. Ooh. The MK14 with the suppressor, the level 3 kit.
Wow.
Seems like WIZZES Club. Well, at least one of the lads is going to be happy.
Yeah, they're stacked. They're definitely stacked. He's looking pretty solid like a rock. If a bullet hits him, it's going to reflect away. Godlike stalwart. Again, we are not really seeing a lot of movement right now because we are neither seeing any sort of eliminations yet inside the feed. The plane fly path was something that played a crucial role inside this one. It gave comfortable amount of room for every single drop in. Neither at the same time they needed to engage in a fight early off, so they took their sweet little pathways, went towards their drop location, looted up, found a safe rotation inside the circle. But now is where we're going to be seeing a lot of clashes because the circle is even smaller. It has centered on up. The circle's not going to have enough amount of space to contain all the teams, so they will need to try and eliminate each other in order to get a better spot.
Well, let's see Decatur and Memo. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they engage this fight, but shots fired from Yeta Uta on top, sir, from the side of Deadeye's guys, and now his information, his position has been revealed. DE made aware of the competition, but on the other side, Dax against VENOM Legends, one knock secured from either side, but Gangsta is not going to be coming back anytime soon.
First elimination after how many minutes? 13 minutes, 30 seconds inside the game, and that's when we see the first elimination. Wow.
Well, that's Miramar for you.
Not really.
No, it happens on this map quite a lot. I was just surprised this time around. Teams were fighting super early. That was the thing that caught me off guard. This is quite normal for me. This is what Miramar is supposed to be.
Oh, that means a lot of podcast hours for us, Johnny, and
yeah,
a lot of time for us to annoy the audience with our jokes. But with that being said, a fight occurring finally, an all-out war between these two teams, a big brawl to find out which team's going to be the supreme one. Two teams fighting for the supremacy, and so far, John Mara are doing a clean-up job. They're doing a really good job against the players of WIZZES Club, and they're almost about to wipe them out this fray as well. Koret is there in the back. He's able to patch himself up with a med kit. Wants to go for the res on. He can wait. He should be able to get the rest too. Where did he just get shot at from? It's Octopus from the back lines. A nice wraparound. And Octopus is able to save the day for his team. They were getting pounced on by the players of Giant Mara, but now No Fear is going to be the only man left. I've seen this man pull off some incredible clutches in the past, but is he going to be able to replicate this one once again? That's my question. Straight up just peeks outside the smoke, and Octopus welcomes him with open arms.
Doesn't even peek out, runs outside the smoke, head first, gets shot in the face, and goes back to the lobby. But on the other side, it is the lads from Maptex that it seems like have been surrounded by Seal Esport on one end and the players from WIZZES Club on the other. So they have to be extremely cautious of how they will be making the climb up this slope. But Seal Esports Spooky is going to be pushed back, forced inside the cover. He's going to rejoin his teammate. And, well, Dax on the other side, still looking to see if they can wrap up the situation with VENOM Legends. But no, two knocks secured by Fragboy and Ripson. Spike is going to run indoors and he's going to get knocked out as well. All of a sudden, Dax finding themselves close to elimination in this match as Paragon is knocked out, Struggle is knocked out, and there it is, the entire squad eliminated. Even though they found the first opening, they were the ones who knocked and finished the first player from the side of VENOM Legends. Dax, the overcommitment, the overconfidence that they displayed results in them getting eliminated from the game on the 15th position.
But Johnny, this can prove to be a really good game for the side of A1 Esports and maybe potentially keep the hopes alive as well in the upcoming games. They still have 2 more games to go after this, so yeah, there's a chance the hopes can be alive. The circle just centers on up right on top of the players of A1 Esports. Gremlin Storm is there too in the supreme spot, in the prime spot. But again, A1 Esports, they are playing things really safe. They have all 4 players up and alive so far. They haven't really opened the elimination fray yet. Maptex Esports as well are now starting to get their hands dirty. Deadeye's guys, they've got a knockout onto themselves. IC wants a little bit of off angle onto them, but Deadeye's guys, they're repositioning pretty well as well. On top, trying to find an off angle, trying to reposition himself in the fight, and he will be able to do so. Chari Sir was taken down way too low, but thinks he's back up on his feet. Deadeye's guys on a move. You've got to be quick on your feet when you don't have a lot of time left.
Well, Baron, though, driving that van out in the open, manages to avoid taking fire from Jax from the side of 1952, who are playing along the eastern edge of the map. Need to be careful as Maptex is approaching from the rear along with Seal Esport. And, well, Devil Boy does realize the fact that Baron is going to be putting his teammates and himself under heavy pressure, decides dish out a little bit of damage on the opposition, and Apex, although from the side of Maptex, quite distracted by the players of Seal, does drop and finish Spooky.
$19.52. Again, we're seeing a lot of movement. We're seeing a lot of teams just hustling around, but finally, a big brawl, a big battle, a big skirmish between the players of High Voltage and IT. As Godless is going to pounce on in, he's going to charge on, but he's being welcomed pretty well. Alex looking to flip things around, looking to turn things around inside this fight, but it's going to be really tough. The nade's going to crawl really close to Mullik. Mullik's being chipped down really low, but High Voltage, the pixel angles, and with some godly reaction time, they're able to shut down the players of IC pretty well. Johnny, you're cursing this team pretty well.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, yes, that is the case, as Alex is going to be dropped now. It's up to IC, who is trying to take on the players of High Voltage. Has finished off one. Praveen is going to be knocked out as well and finished off. So High Voltage are down to the final 2 players. And IC needs to heal up before he re-engages. They're all shooting in the wrong direction. Is not going to be able to connect on the opposition. And High Voltage Assassin and Malik, they're still holding on to their position. Looking quite strong, looking quite solid. But IC is going to try and go for a nade from this distance. Vehicle getting blown up. Not exactly well. The tire is getting blown up to provide some extra cover for the opposition to Assassin. And he's going to use that to get out of that awkward little situation that he was in.
The next circle shifts up north. A1 Esports is still inside the circle. The stars are aligned. It's their time to put on a stellar performance. For them, it's like a date with destiny. But again, it's up to them if they want to have a good date or not. If they're able to perform well inside the circle, and if they're able to play well overall, this can be converted into a potential win. But if some chokes here and there, and this win can be given away too, and it might just be pretty devastating for their mentals. So you want to make sure that's not going to be the case here. A1 Esports on the edge, trying to hold a lot of teams off at bay. The first one has to be High Voltage, which are already quite hurt. They're just continuing to apply a lot of pressure. IT on the left lines too. IT has taken an exit from that fray. They do not want to be anywhere near there. So now they'll need to try and re-navigate their way with a better rotation, and they might just run into the players of 1952.
Well, but let's see. A1 Esports Celeste right there. Having Malik and his crosshairs is going to look to finish him off, secure those extra points for himself. With nothing left to lose at this point, I believe A1 Esports can can be the deadliest team in the lobby. They have nothing to lose. They can go absolutely YOLO, surprise the opposition, catch them off guard, pick a few extra points for themselves, but that really is not looking like it's going to be the case. In the meanwhile, though, VENOM Legends taking an early exit from the game on the 13th position, as we have reached the 20-minute marker, ladies and gentlemen. 12 teams still remain, and it looks like it's going to be made 11 soon, as Gremlin Storm are trying to fight against the players of Raw, and in fact are picking them off as well. Godlike Stalwart taking heavy fire from the other side, are losing players as Top has been knocked out. They are in an awkward position, stuck between Skylight Gaming and WIZZES Club, with WIZZES Club putting majority of the pressure on this team.
WIZZES Club, Kuwait, has the nade in the hand. Domain's been taken out. We did see WIZZES Club getting engaged in a fight against the players of Giant Mara, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, again, we were speaking of how important this game could be for that team. They were not able to step out and top in this one. This Godlike Stalwart has pulled up really close. It's Pika all by himself. The mastermind, call him the mega mind as well, because he's the IGL of the team. He makes all sort of calls. Nate's tossed in. Now the zone as well is going to start to deal a lot of damage. Yeah, Pika is being flushed out because of the zone, and he will be wrapped around even from the backlines. A1 Esports left to hold things off over here inside this compound, and now they're getting also charged on by the players of Deadeye's, guys. A1 Esports, the defense is crumbling down, not able to hold on pretty well. The defensive stance is looking pretty weak, as Gajor is also going for the res on to Sinister. A1 Esports cracking under a lot of pressure, as we have Skylights Gaming as well, taking big blows onto themselves, but unfortunately they have 2 players up and alive and 2 players knocked out, and this is something Skylights Gaming wants a control over. A1 Esports down to a 2-man squad. As I said, it was looking like a date with Destiny, but not anymore, as the man number is not there with them. Now they're on a man deficit, getting charged down by the players of Deadeye's, guys. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Still a chance to flip things around inside this one. A1 Esports, again, in the defensive stance, do not want to pounce on. Instead, now the nades are going to be traded from both the sides, but the nade from the side of Deadeye's, guys, is going to be even more precise. As Gajor goes down, Sinister is right underneath, but he gets stabbed in the back.
Well, that's going to be quite unfortunate for him, but A1 Esports, again, an early exit handed to them on the 9th position. In the meanwhile, Raw almost on the verge of elimination, as Kuwait and Gremlin Storm are going to try and pick him off, secure that extra point for themselves, but Gremlin Storm taking heavy fire from Elementrix. In fact, Orange almost knocking down Memo, does see the few pixels of the head, tries to shoot him down, but is not going to be able to finish the job. Raw finally eliminated 7 teams, 20 players remaining, make that 19, as another one is going to bite the dust in the form of On Top from the side of DE.
Alright, Esports, as I see is over here in front of us. Skylights Gaming is right there too in the front. 3 players alive. Now it's time to set the field and set their traps and let the enemy teams walk in them. I'd see they realize there's a big threat in the back and they cannot left unchecked. Precious has found himself a nice cover to play off of with. Orange gets spotted out, but unfortunately he's getting grief from the back lines. Nowhere to go. Orange will be confirmed instantly. It's Deadeye's guys knocking on the doors, and they are being the Grim Reapers of the lobby so far. They found themselves in a lot of the times inside the elimination feed, and they want to eliminate some more players. Precious does not have a comfortable place to play with. The wall of death as well is going to start to close in even soon. The next circle is going to be the decider.
Well, as you said, the next circle is going to be the decider. Zeol with an 8 is going to try and decide the fate for Precious, but it falls a bit short. Precious definitely outside of harm's way. Skylight Gaming on the other side. Nima is going to be picked off, knocked out, and finished by the lads from 1952 IHC. They're going to move forward. Precious is going to drop the first and fails to drop IC though. Zeol knocked out, wasn't able to get the finish. Elementrix eliminated, and we are in the top 5, 13 players remaining. 1952, again, doing a brilliant job. They have the numbers, they have the position. All they have to do is just not get finished off by the players of Skylight Gaming.
I mean, the next circle has blessed the players of Skylight Gaming with his presence. And the circle shifted right on top of their heads. So Skylight Gaming, again, another team for which the stars are aligned. The PUBG gods are just favoring teams after teams. But some teams are not able to capitalize on the opportunity. They're not able to strike when the iron's hot. And 1952 Entry was knocked out, but a nice reply from their side as well. 1952, they're looking so confident in these fights. They're not afraid to take those fights. They're not afraid to peek out and deal damage. As 2 players being knocked out, as I mentioned, Skylights Gaming were looking like one of the most strongest teams in the lobby, but not anymore after that sort of a performance. IT as well eliminated, as we now have Skylights on our screens. As 1952, they keep the pressure onto them. The way 1952 is playing, I love it. They're wrapping around. They're making sure they're engulfing the players of Skylights Gaming like an amoeba, not even giving them a lot of breathing room, just suffocating them to a death as they have got him in a deadlock. AJ all by himself in a little pit to play with. One single nade crawl in, and that might just be it for that player. 1952, now the targets are switched. 2 players are taking their own individual fights as WIZZES Club are going to be the next to fall down. Dante goes down, but that's not going to be that big of a deal as 1952. What a spread. Nice way to close things out. Playing a nice methodical game.
It was a clinical game. It was a clinical finish for them. And as you said, it was something that it felt like they had practiced this time and time again. An impressive finish by the players of 1952 that pushes them all the way up to the 5th position in the overall rankings. 10 eliminations secured, 25 points coming in from this particular match, and damage dished out of 1443. This was something, it took them a while to make it happen, but now with just 2 more matches left in the day, 1952 can definitely improve their overall rankings and get a few extra points that will be added to the tally for the finals.
Just phenomenal performance. I mean, 1952, this is not the 1952 that we saw in the previous PMPL. A big change, a big improvement from this team, and this is exactly the sort of improvement I wanted to see in a couple of more teams that are in this competition, that are in this PMPL, and they're not able to improve at the level of 1952. Definitely a lot of hard work has been put off with this team, and the roster shuffle is now working out pretty well too. So hopefully this keeps on playing pretty well. Dante's addition has been really fantastic.
Yeah, it has been quite fantastic indeed, but moving forward again, just 2 more matches remaining. It's going to be quite important that they build some momentum for themselves, because even though you have qualified for that bonus match that's going to be played on Livik, you need to perform over there as well. And if you're already warmed up, then it's going to be better for you. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break right now, so just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. And now we have to discuss the numbers of the previous match before we move on to the next one. It is going to be played on Sanhok, by the way, the next particular map. But Necro, what do you have to say about the previous game? We saw 1952 win, but I'm going to be honest, at a certain point, I thought IHC could have taken that match as well.
I mean, there was definitely a chance, but unfortunately, I2 were lacking numbers on the man advantage, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
They only had 2 players alive in the end. So, yeah, it was pretty tough. It was pretty tough, and in the end, even IC melt under the under the deserty lands of Miramar. But with that being said, we have 5 eliminations.
We have to can that joke now, I think.
It was just a legendary comment by some viewer made in the past PMPL. But yeah, 5 elimination points and 637 damage dealt. IC, of course, has done a great job, but then you have Deadeye's guys coming in too. Joker, as I mentioned, Deadeye's guys were on a killing spree in that game. They could not be stopped. But on the other hand, you also have Dante with 4 elimination points, a Rowdy over there too with 3. I mean, finally, 1952 able to show themselves up as well. A1 Esports had a big chance to convert that game into into something better. But the problem is the confidence. They're not confident enough to approach even or make any sort of a move inside the lobby confidently. They're just not that confident.
Well, I completely agree with you on that. They were lacking a little bit of confidence, and that was the reason where we saw them falter. But other than that, they were doing a pretty decent job securing a few extra points here and there. But on the other side, 1952, Jax, Devil Boy, did a pretty phenomenal job just making sure the team was holding strong and they were together till the very end of the game. Now, with the next two matches lined up already, I want to see what the overall ranking. I'm not even kidding. I'm just waiting for that overall leaderboard to see what which teams are going to be under heavy pressure going into the last two games and which teams are going to be feeling lucky tonight. But one of those teams that's definitely going to be under heavy pressure is going to be the squad of ATRAX. Look at that, Necro. Just 3 points from this match. Oh boy, I think they're going to be caught up too. And then they're going to be falling outside of the top 12 at the end of the last game today. I don't know. I just have a feeling that's going to happen.
Maybe. You never know. I mean, there might be big shuffles. There might be big surprises. You never know what's going to be the outcome of the overall rankings at the end of the day. And Godlike Stalwart, again, not that great of a game from their side considering they're on the top, but they have a little bit of cushion available that they can rely on, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're abusing that cushion as much as possible. Even if they realize, okay, now the threats moved in a little bit too closer on the overall rankings, then they instantly just go in and start just going all guns blazing, and they realize it's time to take things serious. As soon as they build a lead, a suitable or a comfortable lead, then they start messing around inside the lobby once again. So it's just classic Stalwart esports for you.
Yep, it is going to be classic Stalwart esport, but I believe, again, from where they are in the rankings, they don't have a lot to worry about. So it's like, you know, how a predator at a certain point just starts playing with its food. That's what Stalwart Esports likes to do whenever they realize, like, all right, we're way ahead of the competition. But that's the thing. As soon as the rankings reset and you get to a stage of the tournament where everyone is back on square one, that is when they, again, just bring in their A game all of a sudden out of nowhere, and it is going to be a surprise catching everyone off guard. But look at that, how extended the late game team fights were. From DEADEYES guys to Elementrix to Gremlin, Storm, IHC, Skylight Gaming, all of them have damage numbers so high. I mean, apart from Elementrix, everyone else is over beyond 1,000, like by quite a lot as well. And that was because the team fights that these squads were getting into were getting extended beyond what they anticipated. Because of which, I mean, we saw a lot of teams just struggle as well. One player remaining just stuck in the open and all those awkward situations. But there it is. No change in the ranking in terms of the top 4. But it is on the 5th position where we see the first change as 1952 have moved up and DEADEYES guys dropping down to the 6th.
Yeah, even TDK dropping down a spot right there. So we're seeing a little bit of movement on the latter half of the board, though. We're seeing a little bit of movement in the bottom 4 as well. Seal, they found themselves in the 18th spot. Gremlin Storm has managed to just slip away from that bottom 4. Now currently sitting in the 16th spot. Giant Mara dropping down to 15th. What is going on? Giant Mara is not one of those teams that I expect to see in the 15th spot. They have a solid lineup. There's no way. It's hard for me to believe that Giant Mara is sitting on the 15th spot. But again, Johnny,
I know what it is.
What it is? What is it?
The game plan is completely flawed. Theirs and the Warriors, their game plan is flawed. Look at that. They have 68 eliminations, Necro. I think their entire plan, their strategy was, we are going to get all our points from eliminations. We won't play for placement. We'll just get those finishes, get those elimination points, and that's how we'll move forward. They're just too aggressive for their own good. At a certain point, you need to realize that there are certain fights in the game that you just can't win, and you need to back off.
Yeah, well said from your side. Definitely, and this is exactly what I've been saying, right? Good fights and bad fights. You need to understand the difference between those. So Giant Mara, maybe because of those little bit of roster shuffles, maybe they're having a bit of a tough time, you know, adjusting to the lobby. But we never know what the problem is between the teams. I can't speak for the teams, but what I can say is what I'm seeing on my screen, and that's what I'm exactly doing. I'm trying to analyze what's going on, and that is the exact outcome I'm getting from that one. So Giant Mara, there's a chance they might bounce back. There's a chance they might not. It depends on the upcoming 2 games. As I mentioned, 2 more games, 2 more chances for those teams to make a comeback in top 12. Other than that, then you're not going to be able to get to play that bonus game.
Yep. And talking about that bonus game, it's going to happen today, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day is going to be played on Livik. But moving on to the next match, the map is going to be of Sanhok. We will have Group B, the group sitting out for this particular game. So Deadeye's guys won't be there. High Voltage is not going to be present in this match along with Gremlin Storm and A1 Esport. But Group C is going to be returning, lucky for us. So TRZ, TRS, Deadeye's guys, and Train to Kill, they're going to be back in the lobby. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what their performance is going to be like. On thinking about the fact that it is also going to be their second last game of the day. Also, while we talk about the teams coming back, we have to talk about Group A as well. Because for them, this is it. This is Group A's last game. They won't be playing the next one. But Necro, what is your prediction? Based off of all that information, what is your prediction for this match?
Group A's last game. I'm really intimidated to go with Godlike Stalwart, but I'm not going to do that. I feel like it's getting a little bit too repetitive, so I need to bring in a little bit more variety. So, Group A's last game. Again, so I think so. I might go with T2K again. I feel like that is a really good choice here. T2K has to be a good choice. Or you know what, production? Just to give me a little bit of odds, go with A1 Esports. Go ahead. Go with it. A1 Esports. Change my prediction to A1 Esports. Let's see what they've got. One last chance for A1 Esports. Even though you guys are not going to be able to qualify inside top 12, it's the fight for the pride.
Well, let's see. Let's see if they are going to go for the win. I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. Once again.
Come on. Come on, Johnny. Are you kidding me? You really are going to go for a safer play like that? You're tryharding, man. You're trying really hard. I thought we're having fun over here.
What's so wrong about winning in a comfortable manner?
No, man.
Didn't
try
you
to have
hear,
fun, you know? Isn't it kind of lame?
Didn't you hear Vin Diesel say those wonderful words? I'm not talking about family. I'm talking about the very iconic sentence in the first movie in the franchise, where he goes up to Brian O'Connor and just says, "It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. A win is a win." You don't remember that? Oh, I keep forgetting. You're too young.
I don't remember that. I watched the movie, but I don't remember that, you know?
I think the movie came out the year you were born.
All right, now he's just making fun of me because I'm not a boomer. But yeah, the upcoming game is going to be quite exciting too, ladies and gentlemen. So again, what are we waiting for over here is that, as I mentioned, there is a chance. Again, 2 more games to go. A chance for the teams that are on the latter half of the board. I'm not talking about the bottom 4. I'm speaking of teams that are above the bottom 4. There's a chance for them to make a comeback in this one. If they can, they will need to just go all guns blazing. They will need to go for a chicken dinner right here, right now. If this game is not converted into a chicken dinner, then the chances are going to get even more grim, and it's going to get even more tough.
Well, let's see though what this one is going to bring to the table, as the trajectory leaning heavily towards the northern side of the map. Alright, so this is an interesting flight path. Even though it's Sanhok, we always like to say, like, on Sanhok, flight paths don't matter because the map is too small. You can go from one place to the other without even breaking a sweat. But a flight path from literally just the Camp Alpha Island to Cow is... Tatmok to Cow, it is going to be extremely small, because of which reaching even Pionan is going to be a difficult position for you, because you know you're going to be drop clashed. Other teams are going to be looking heavily towards your parachutes, and they're going to be keeping track of you. Yeah, I do see the northern circle. I do see the circle.
No, not that.
And yeah,
I'm surprised that you did not notice my pick. I think so. I have the safest. Right? I think so. I have the safest pick. They're not even playing.
Yeah, they're not playing the game.
So, I have the safest pick. I picked up a team that is not even playing in the game.
Yeah, so that's an instant.
Right now.
That's an instant loss for you, and because of that, I think I'll take a win from you.
No, that's not how it works. No.
We'll discuss the rules with production. The production makes the final decision. It's up to them.
But yeah, 1952 over here in front of us. And again, right now, Both these teams spotted each other out. Definitely. Zake wants to disengage from this fight. Punch boosting his way away from this one. We'll go back to the house. Does not want to stay anywhere near this man. Makes a lot of sense. Seal, they are in a struggling phase as well. They do not want any sort of early fights. 1952 on the other hand, the stars have been aligned for them since a long time.
Well,
So it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Oh, the sorting hat from Harry Potter. I wonder which house is going to be assigned to the lad. But on the other side, look at that, Janmara. We have the first blood of the game, and it is going to be on Gunner as he does go on to get a pick for his team. But Zeke on the other side from the side of Seal, AKM, and nothing else.
Oh my God, shotgun.
Has to deal with the DBS. No. Oh, it wasn't the DBS. It was a shotgun, yeah.
Yeah, it was a... Oh boy. But again, shotgun in close ranges, they are unbeatable no matter what. So yeah, in that fight, that was ought to happen. The man with the shotgun came out on top, did not even miss a single shot. So yeah, definitely was rewarded there with an elimination point. Zake's knocked out from the side of Seal. 1952 able to kick things off with a great note, but even they got traded away. So it's a fair trade from both the sides.
I thought it was going to be an instant finish, but no. Zeke somehow... What is this miracle? Why are they being allowed a revive?
Because they want to make the fight even more interesting, just like me. They don't want to try hard, you know? They don't want the easy way out. They want to make the fight interesting. I'm just kidding. It's just something I'm saying. Yeah. That's probably not the case, but I'm pretty sure the retaliation, the cover fire from the backlines was pretty well. But look at Maptex Esports now, another third party coming in. Maptex Esports want a little piece of this fight. They heard a lot of gunshots nearby. They came in over. And now they want to shift towards the field. But oh my God, this gun is just busted. The second one goes down as well. One pump, and that's going to be it. One pump, man. Zake looking to shut down another one, too. But the ACAM in close range will come out on top this time as Zake has been knocked out. But Devil Boy, what?
Did you just call him the one pump man?
Because he has the DBS, man. All you need is that one pump. What's so funny, dude? I mean, that's what the gun is. Didn't you see? Just one pump, one guy dead. Second pump, the other guy dead. He's just able to drop bodies like it's nothing.
I don't know. Still fighting pretty funny. Well, the good thing is, 1952 did figure out a way to shut it all down, and they have recovered quite nicely as well. 2 points secured, and now they can think about moving forward, securing a few extra points.
They definitely can. I mean, he just single-handedly destroyed the entire team of Maptex Esports. They came in inside this fight with a lot of hopes, but they got shattered within seconds. Oh boy. Things are definitely looking quite grim for them. Yeah. Seal, Lucifer now is going to be the only player alive. Maptex Esports, if I'm not wrong, 3 players are still up for them. So they're looking okay.
It's the last player surviving for the side of Seal Esport. And now the question is, who is going to get that pick? Is it going to be the last player from Maptex, or will it be the lads from the side of 1952? Maptex, they decide to back off instantly. They don't want that done in this situation. They have lost one teammate already. Batten was the one who was taken out. And the rest of the players don't want to risk running into a situation that they aren't prepared for. First airdrop in the game with the MK, the 4x scope, and the level 3 kit as well. I don't think anyone is going to go for this, though. Just down the cliff up north. So it's going to be quite risky to take a drop, especially in a position close to boot camp where you know the lads from Godlike Starward are going to be. In fact, TRZ right across the river as well. They see the smoke in the distance. And they're going to be aware of the fact that if someone shows up, what they have to do.
Yeah. TRZ Esports on our screens right now. So they've lost on one player, Atomic. And Atomic has been a really crucial player for them as well. So losing out on a big star player like that will hurt them in the longer run inside this game. Seal is only down to just that one man alive. Maptex Esports with a 3-man squad. As long as they're able to stay safe in the upcoming phases as well, that's all that's going to matter. So Maptex Esports with a 3-man squad should not be that big of a hurt for them. They've had a fantastic day so far. But again, consistency matters even more. Look at SK49. He's having fun. If I'm not wrong, he was listening to some songs as well. He was vibing.
Well, the vibes are going to be ruined as soon as the gunshots are heard. But TRZ, all right, so Mad Cat is in a very nice position to take down both of these individuals from the side of Janmara. No Fear and Gyalzen needs to be extremely cautious with how they move forward. They're going to run into this trap that was laid out by the players of TRZ on the other side of the rock. The man is waiting for them. And Gyalzen, he's going to be the first one to go down. No Fear does retaliate, but Gyalzen, he stays alive. Just dropping down right in the nick of time. 1v2 situation. Mad Cat not even a part of the action. TRZ, the cover fire comes a little too late. And that is not going to work out in the favor of TRZ. Mamba, too slow to react. And Janmara, they have the advantage in this fight.
Look at Mad Cat, though, having a nice high ground inside this fight with a big advantage, too. Gunnar is now straight up walking next to it. Mad Cat, where are you looking? Your opponent is right on the other side. There's no way you're unaware of the fact. Mad Cat, you need a new headset right now. Mad Cat had no clue. Gunnar ran right on top of the shade. Mad Cat had no clue that he's climbed up even on the top. Had no clue. How did he not hear the foot cues? And Giant Mar, an easy squad wipe and also a little bit of salt to rub on top of the wounds.
Fair squad wipe. And it wasn't even about the sound cues. The communication from the teammate should have made it clear as to exactly when you need to pop up and, well, come in with the cover fire. But that did not happen as well. It was like Janmara walked in knowing that they were going to win this situation, win the entire 3v4. And that's exactly what happened. There was absolutely nothing done to prevent it, nothing done to stop the players from Janmara, apart from Gyalzen taking a little bit of damage in that first engagement around the rock. But from there on out, it was just one team just dominating the other in that 4v4. But let's see. Few shots fired towards the players of Godlike Stalwart in the distance on the other hill. Nothing to be accomplished beyond that.
Gyalzen's on a move as well. The next circle is going to shift up north even more. VENOM Legends are going to find themselves in a better spot. Giant Mara as well. They don't need to leave the spot they have right now. Deadeye's Warriors, on the other hand, though, they will need to cross on the river. And bridge is not the safest way out, that's for sure. Dax is in the clotheslines of that. Skylights Gaming rotating all the way from the right side up north. There is a chance that they might also be able to get their hands on the airdrop. T2K looking pretty safe so far. Trying to stay away from all sort of fights. There's a lot of teams still in the blue going for that loot. IC is one of them. WIZZES Club is as well one of them. DRS as well is taking their sweet little time. Now, there might be a chance that some of these teams will try to go for a med strat. I mean, that's free points if you do want to go for it. Why not?
But let's see Elementrix on our screen right now. With Precious being the man that we were seeing up until a few moments ago. Now we do have the second airdrop in the game with the Groza and the suppressor for the snipers. The level 3 West and the helmet also. They're quite close to the players of VENOM Legends, so should be an easy pickup for them. Especially with the Groza on Sanhok, the close range weapon, the perfect close range weapon with the rate of fire and the DPS that it does provide, making it super easy for you to take down the opposition. But it is going to be something that Dax, they also hope they had in their hands. On the other side, DRS up against Elementrix. Bishal, a Molotov lobbed towards him by Gyante, but no, Gyante is going to get pushed upon. And oh, double guesses as to which one of the players from the side, which player from the side of Elementrix he wants to fight. And before he could decide, he was knocked out. Now Delta is going to try and avenge his teammate, but no. Elementrix, they have complete and utter control in this fight. DRS, they can't do anything about it. All they can do is just take the hits and secure a few extra points of the players from Elementrix that were knocked out.
Delta could not do anything in that scenario, so he got taken out easily. But now Elementrix's ball, they're on a quick move. They do realize they cannot afford to tank any more of damage because they're on a med deficit. You can clearly do see they don't have any sort of first aids available, Johnny. So they cannot afford to stay outside the circle and neither tank the damage. Bishal's on run with the buggy, but hopefully he does not run in some unwanted risk. There is a team in the front lines, and if they do run in that team, then that will be a little problem, which is DRS themselves. But DRS right now, considering they're not looking that great when it comes to the man advantage, they won't fight. SK49 firing shots blindly on a target, but he's on the other side. Definitely is looking to take out that man. Interesting.
Well, yeah. There's a lot of information now. Needs to be cautious. Spike as well. All of them are just completely honed in, zoned in on that one player from the side of DE Warriors. No one checking the flanks. Is going to make for an easy rotation from the squad, but let's see. If they can pick off even one, then it's going to be quite difficult for the side of DE Warriors to make this push happen. And in fact, engaging on this fight. He pops up, takes the shot, and then goes back in behind the cover. The zone taking, well, shifting towards Cow and Tatmok. Not really a troublesome situation for majority of the teams, but one of the squads that I know is going to be the happy bunch with this shift of the circle has to be T2K, because if you don't remember yesterday's game, they tried to rotate through the waters and VENOM Legends just absolutely destroyed them in a matter of seconds. So not having to move a lot on Sanhok today, Train to Kill can definitely go on to secure a few decent points for themselves in this game.
Definitely can. Godlike Stalwart, all 4 players up. In the front is the players of Giant Mara, a team that has always been struggling so far. And look at Action too. Finally, the foot cue should be heard. Action does not have any clue, but he still somehow wins the fight. How did that just happen? MG3 pulled out, not even breaking his sweat. Calm, cool, collected, even though the player from Giant Mara had a big advantage, no fear. Just crumbled like a cookie. And Godlike Stalwart. Oh boy, Action, how was that even possible? That reaction time was so quick from Action, adjusting the movement, instantly wiggling around, pulls out the MG3, shuts the man down, and keeps moving forward like nothing happened.
Yeah. What an easy takedown for him. And as you said, does it without breaking a sweat, but the job is not done. They're running towards Gyalzin in Paradise Resort, and Gyalzin, oh, he's going to be paranoid right now, scared even for his life, his safety, as the players from Godlike Stalwart are literally right on top of his head, and Action jumping down, sees the man and drops him to his knees. An easy finish secured by the players of Godlike Stalwart, and that is going to mean another point in the bag.
Yeah, Godlike Stalwart, just a pack of predators, the Prowlers, looking to prowl on any team, any person they see in the front. They're not going to stop. And why would they? When you are the Kings, why would you want to stop the momentum? Why would you want to stop the entire oiling that you found yourself on? This team is like a well-oiled machine, and they want to keep working forward even for the future. Action was able to do some light work. The entire team of Stalwart was able to do some light work. Now it's time for T2K up against the players of IHC. IHC in the front. T2K, they already found the opening. but they haven't found the conversion, and that's the problem. Brick still thinks that he's behind the buggy. That's not the case. He actually wants to blow it away, and yeah, he will be able to successfully do so too. But I'd see right now they're safe.
Yeah, they're going to be safe for now, at least, but Train to Kill, having taken care of any sort of open cover that IHC would have used against them, have also at the same time deterred any aggression from IHC towards their own self. Yet Auta on the other side from the lineup of Elementrix, prone out in the open, literally just playing between two rocks, is going to see his teammate go down on the finish feed as WIZZES Club do manage to pick off Orange. B-Shawl does retaliate in kind, but it's not going to be enough. Elementrix down to a two-man roster, not really a position from where they can keep on fighting.
Indeed. The circle's going to shift down south a little bit. A little tilt on the south, but still it's going to center on up. Ross found themselves in lucky shoes. T2K on the right side, holding the edge lines, trying to be the guardian angels. But right now it's a mature option to just gather on up and try to play together like a pack of soldiers. T2K looking okay. Elementrix still need to make a presence inside the circle. The closest team is High Voltage, or no, it's 1952. So yeah, that can be a deadly threat.
Well, it's going to be quite a big threat approaching Lucifer. Let's see if the devil himself is what it takes to take down the players of Maptex. A 1v3 situation right in front of him, at least for now, or from that perspective. That is what it looked like, but Domain from the side of WIZZES Club going for the heals and already pretty heavily engulfed in the blue, the entire team, as the rotations are being slowed by the players of Elementrix. B-Shawl again blocking the shots with the back of the buggy, does manage to survive, but runs into the players of T2K, and well, how lucky can one man be?
You never know. There are levels of luck as well. B-Shawl, nice Molotov to flush him away from that prime spot. Legend, though, still, it's not going to stop him from getting that nade tossed in. Oh, look at the amount of damage you took. It's barely down to a sliver of health. This nade's going to be tossed in. Oh, wow, it's a perfect rebound on that frame. We'll catch the man. And an instant confirmation, too. T2K playing this so clinically. As Deadeye's Warriors, they get a knock onto themselves. Unfortunately, the nade blew up in his own hand, and now they're digging their own graves as well, as Nir Zed is going to be the only man left to clutch it out against the players of VENOM Legends, the most closest to them currently. Laser is in the front. A lot of burden on his shoulders, indeed. Jane getting charged on. His position's being compromised as well. Jane is now just waiting for himself to get charged on by these players. Nate's just going to be tossed inside the shack, inside the tower, but the cover fire is finally there from the side of T2K as well. Jane now might just be in the prime, but no is going to be the answer. The nade just blows right on his face. Two fights happening at the same time. Which one to cover, which one to not? But 1952, they were looking to put a full stop to the fairy tale of T2K.
Well, and both these situations quite close to each other as well. Jane, as he has been finished off trying to kill, the rest of the players are going to show up to avenge their fallen comrade. And in the trade, I think they're going to try and take Jax down as he takes those shots towards Rig, finds the knock as well. T2K down to two players, Sandesh and Legend, all that remain for the team. And they have IHC closing in from the rear as well. The team that they were putting up the pressure on has shown up to collect what is rightfully theirs. Will T2K, well, they are walking away from this. They don't want any part of this against 1952, at least for now, though. Let's see how far they will get, though.
Yeah, but they're surrounded by a lot of teams. This side of the map is just completely chaotic. A lot of teams next to you. Never know where you're going to get shot from. Now Zyal as well, getting his hands dirty in this fight. IHC, all four players up. They're looking pretty confident in their march. And they want to march together like a pack of wolves. As we have 1952 in the front. Dante is getting shot at. Devil Boy as well will be knocked out. Dante still up. But he's prone down inside the grass, hoping that no one's going to be spotting. But now the big threat can be Domain, who's closing up from the back lines. If he gets any sort of sight lines on the players in 1952, those can be free elimination points gifted to him. But no's going to be the answer. IHC will claim those. It's theirs. But on the other hand, 1952, that's not it for them. There's still that one solo survivor. Look at Elementrix closing in from the back. Yuta Uta wanting to be the one to change the tide of this entire game. But that tide is not going to be changed just yet, because IHC, they make a quick rotation out of that spot. They're trying to reposition themselves, but they walk into a trap set by the players of Maptex.
Well, Alex was knocked out, and IHC goes down as well. So 2 players left from the side of IHC left standing. Godless is going to come back from behind the rock, drop down Apex, and the nade is going to take Leo down as well. IHC, good recovery. Zeol goes for the revives first, and Maptex, there's not a lot they can do about this. What started as a fight that could have gone in their favor has completely turned on its upside, on its head. But look at this, Mafia Ninja against VENOM Legends. And, well, even the utility is not connected. Finally, it does. And VENOM Legends are out.
VENOM Legends out the fray. Still 8 teams alive and 17 players in total. Raw is one of them too. But Raw, they have a solid cover they can rely off of. Maptex Esports in front of Lucifer, and Lucifer, oh, that's a free elimination point. Patience paying off for this man. That trigger discipline working pretty fine, and Lucifer finally strikes in like a venomous snake and stings. But as we have Raw officials, as I mentioned, they're looking like the most solid team so far, the most comfortable spot as well. Skylights Gaming, there we go, falls down, the opening's being found. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation, but Skylights Gaming are probably going to go for the res.
Yeah. Sus almost missing out on the opportunity to get that knock. Seal Esport eliminated from this match. 5 teams remaining, 14 players still alive in this game, ladies and gentlemen. IHC, they stand there with all 4 players still present, and they are trying to close in towards the circle now. Moving in from the east. In the meanwhile, this is the northern edge of the map where Skylight Gaming and Raw are fighting for control right now. Skylight Gaming, Incas, having been finished off, has left his team with just 3 players, but Sus is not gonna let that matter, as a nade is gonna take the numbers and equalize them. But Liquid, a few shots missed, and he will be buried because of them. Skylight Gaming, they eliminate the side of Raw. Stalwart Esport now under heavy fire, well, under some fire from what remains.
A quick adjustment from AJ to shut down the team in the front, but now the next circle shifts away completely from them, favoring the players of Godlike Stalwart and IHC. IHC, all 4 players up and alive. This might be their game because of the man advantage they have. Skylights Gaming, they're the second team that have the highest man alive. 3 players up for them, so it's a 4v3v2. Godlike Stalwart, it's definitely not a team, even though they have a man deficit. They will try to poke you somehow. WIZZES Club 2 taking an exit on 4th spot. Godlike Stalwart, they want to find some sort of line of sight on the players in the front, but they're not able to do so just yet. Finally, strikes are happening from both the sides. Trades are happening from both the sides as well. Bullets are being exchanged, but not able to find any sort of critical damage just yet. Not able to find any sort of knocks, and that is what they're looking for.
Stalwart Esport, all they have to do is be patient, let the players from Skylight Gaming and IHC fight it out, but that is not their style. That's not how they roll. AJ getting taken out is going to leave Skylight Gaming with just 2 players. Nima taking a lot of damage from the blue zone as well, and Stalwart Esport fighting both the teams at the same time. IHC is going to be dropped, but Top gets traded out instantly. IHC, it looks like they are going to walk away with the winner chicken dinner for this game. 3 players left standing. It's a 3v1v1 situation. Top getting finished off. 7th elimination secured by IHC. Zeol is the man leading the charge right now. Nima hiding behind the tree. Not a lot that he can do, but does see Scry right next to him. He finishes him off, secures the extra point, and then accepts his fate. Nima is going to be knocked out as well, but ladies and gentlemen, there's a heal battle happening a little bit far away from where the players of IHC are. And well, Mr. Boro, we're going to have to wait for a while, although I think it's going to be safe to say that IHC, they walk away with the 15 points, and Skylight Gaming will be getting 12 placement points for this game. But We will wait for those 9 first stages to be over.
IHC finally playing this one perfectly.
Yeah.
Controlled aggression. And playing this one so nicely and safely. Not taking fights that are unnecessary, taking fights that are good. And finally, IHC playing like a well-oiled team. And I think so. This is the sort of mysterious aura IHC has.
Yeah.
They are going to play like champs inside the grand finals. They are waiting to strike. They're waiting to sting like scorpions inside the grand finals. And with that being said, they've also found themselves in the 2nd spot in the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen.
And it is going to be quite interesting to see how far can this iteration go. Necro, it is as you suggested, right? Remember saying this on day 1 where you said if you have substitutes, use them. Try different combinations of players until something works, something clicks. And I think this lineup, these playing for the side of IHC is what clicks the best, with Alex, Godless, IC being there. And it is going to be very difficult for the other squads to figure out exactly what they can do to stop them. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a very short break right now. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 game done. Just one more remain for the first week of the league stages, and then there's the bonus match that is going to be played on Livik between the top 12 teams. And with just this last game about to happen, Necro, we will know the teams, the top 12 teams, in fact, in the overall rankings that will be performing on Livik today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happening today.
Yeah, exactly. Today, there are 6 games going to be played. Usually, there were only 5 games, but today there will be 6, which one of them is Livik. With that being said, let's take a look at the MVP of that previous game, and it's going to be none other than Zol from the side of IHC, Johnny.
Yep, 4 eliminations, 768 damage dished out, 3 knocks, but still doing a pretty phenomenal job in making sure that his boys never went down. His teammates were always provided the cover that they needed. And Ziol, again, as I said, the best lineup I've seen, the best sort of combination of players I've seen from the side of IHC is this playing for Alex, IC, Godless, and Ziol, the unsung hero for the team. But let's move forward, have a look at the player focus for the previous game and see in what different categories, or in fact, who are the other players that are going to be making it on the list. Ziol is going to be followed by his own team, is Godless, who just got 2 eliminations but has 618 damage dished out.
Ooh, I mean, I'd see they've had a fantastic game, but even T2K were able to show themselves pretty well in that game. Maptex as well, finally we're seeing a little glimmer of how they are actually going to be playing the future competition too. So we're seeing consistency from the side of Maptex, which was lacking throughout these days. Raw as well, able to strike in at the right moment when they really needed to. Match summary, it's IT all over the place, or I would say it's Ziol all over the place pretty much, and Octopus is still in the highest healing done. 2,469. This man was going for a med strike.
Yeah. Where was he though, and how did he get taken out? Because Mr. Boro was the man from the side of Skylight Gaming who was going for the heal battle as well before he was finished off, and the win went to the players of IHC. But where was Mr. Octopus? I think we're going to find this out in the match ranking itself, because 2,400 heals are quite a lot, and he only makes it to the top 6.
That being said, Skylight's Gaming too, Johnny. Look at them. Finally, another good game from their side. Stalwart Esports, a decent game. Overall, the teams that are at the top, they have had a decent game in that previous one. Sanhok was pretty smooth, buttery smooth for them. But the last game is going to matter a lot, especially for the teams from 13th and underneath to, I would say, 15th.
Yeah. Oh, I think DW are going to be in a troublesome situation, Necro, though. Because the difference between them and Maptex wasn't that much. And Maptex will definitely be moving up the rankings now. They're going to be sitting on, I believe, the 11th or 10th position. But DW will be taking a drop. And that is going to mean that anything can happen in the upcoming game. We might just see Janmara move up and take the slot for Livik away from the Warriors, which is going to be interesting to say the least.
Maybe definitely. I mean, there are possibilities of a lot of things happening, maybe a lot of things not happening, ifs and buts. But again, the upcoming game is going to be the decider, Johnny. Now, as I mentioned, from 13th to 15th, a good game and a chance to qualify in. 13, you don't even need a good game. You just need a decent game and a decent outing, and that should be more than enough for you to solidify on that 12th spot. Even the team that is barely on the edge, they need to perform well. With that being said, let's take a look at the Oppo of 21 Pro moments of the previous game. And yeah, this moment right here, one pump man.
Well, it is two shots that sort of shot out of the gun.
But still, it's like it's like one pump though. You know, in the end, he's only pumping once.
Yeah, those mini reloads.
Yeah.
But I have to talk about this though. Train to kill. What happened in this match?
Yeah, definitely. I would say lack of communication.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen them try and back off in a situation where they could have actually pushed forward, and then again, just running into an awkward situation right there. And also TRZ, the same thing can be said about them. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the damage graph in front of us, and again, this game was played by, well, just a couple of teams in terms of how the fights were happening. IHC definitely leading the charge right there with 80 eliminations and 1,773 damage dished out. Skylight Gaming, I have to say, props where props are due. 700 damage for 6 elimination is a nice conversion.
It is indeed
as well.
It is indeed a really nice conversion. Even Maptex Esports having a decent amount of damage dealt. Finally, the overall rankings are in front of us. IHC, we saw them on the 2nd spot, actually pretty close, or not that close. Still, Godlike, Stalwart are like 51 points ahead. So they've got a decent amount of cushion for themselves, which they can rely on if they want. DRS, again, on that 3rd spot. And if I'm not wrong, the upcoming game, Godlike, Stalwart are not even going to play it. So a chance for IHC to close in on that cushion.
I don't think they can. It's just one game and they have to do, what, 50 points to have the advantage? I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to have to settle for 2nd, at least for the first week. DRS on the other side will try to improve their ranking in the next match. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the 11th, 12th, and 13th position. Look at that. Maptex on 137 points. WIZZES Club have taken the spot away from the E Warriors now. The E Warriors moving down to the 13th position with 5 points separating these two teams. Janmara is basically out of contention now. So we know it's either going to be WIZZES, Maptex, or the side of the E Warriors. And this is the game that's going to decide who gets to play on Livik, ladies and gentlemen. The last game, well, technically the second last game of the day, the last game of Week 1 league stage. It is going to be the match of Erangel, in which 16 teams are going to be playing. And Group A is not going to be there. So that means Stalwart Esport is going to be sitting this match out. They're going to be sitting this match out. WIZZES Club is going to be sitting this match out. Oh. I think the Warriors might make it, Necro.
They might, yeah. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. I mean, they are a solid team, right? You cannot ignore that. They have been pretty brilliant. They have been pretty incredible in the past. So I think there's a chance they might make it. But what I'm scared of is the latter half of the team from 13th to 14th.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? The Warriors sitting on the 13th position. The team on the 14th position is Janmara, who are at like 35 points behind. You can't get 35 points in a single game unless you get like 20 eliminations. And if Janmara, they get 20 eliminations and the chicken dinner together, then I would say they deserve to move towards Livik. But even then, it's going to be a challenge for them. The reason I say WIZZES Club is going to be out, and there's a very high probability that we're going to see the Warriors move to that Livik game that's going to happen right after is going to be because there's 5 points separating the two teams. And to get those 5 points, either get 2 eliminations, 3 placement points, get 5 eliminations early on. There are a multitude of ways in which the Warriors can pull it off. The best part is their opposition is not even playing. It's like hunting fish in a barrel. It's the easiest thing that the Warriors can do right now. Get to Livik, get those extra points. Think about fixing your rankings later.
Oh, yeah. All they need to do is play things as safe as possible. But, Johnny, time to make the predictions. Which team are you going to go for?
So last game, I want to put my hopes and dreams in IHC once again. I mean, they were looking quite solid in Sanhok a little bit, like literally the last game, so I'm going to go with them again.
Oh, yeah, it's not a bad pick. Definitely, I would say I would completely agree on you with that pick. But my pick, oh, boy. I really want to pick someone from the latter half of the board.
Oh.
Someone who might qualify in. You know what? I'm going to go with Deadeye's Warriors. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Just go with Deadeye's Warriors. Let's see if you guys are going to be able to qualify or not. As I mentioned, just try to play things safe. Do not take unwanted risk. Have some calculated aggression, and you guys will probably be able to win that one. But as I mentioned, this is a set of rookies, so I don't really expect a lot from them. They don't really have a lot of experience compared to all the other teams inside the lobby, but they're doing a great job adjusting to it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, even after being inexperienced, the way they started the journey of this PMPL South Asia was quite impressive. They did a decent job on day 1. They did a phenomenal job on day 2, but day 3, 4, and 5 haven't really worked out for them. And I believe it's just because of the amount of pressure that the experienced teams and the experienced players can build up in the last few moments of every single qualification stage and deal with it as well if it's thrown their way. That is something that the Warriors have yet to figure out. Yeah. How do you deal with a situation where you know the teams that are struggling are not stopping their pushes? They aren't stopping with the raw aggression, with the blind aggression. You're just left there wondering, like, aren't they struggling for points? Why is this happening? Why are they coming towards us right now? Why are they ones controlling the tempo of this fight? And all of a sudden, you are the ones getting eliminated. The team ends up climbing the rankings, and then they all of a sudden make it to the top 3. I'm talking about IHC, in fact, a team that is relentless in the amount of aggression that they can bring to the table. But all of these discussions can be left for after the game, because ladies and gentlemen, the game has started and we do have the flight trajectory on our screens, starting from the eastern side of the map, from Milta Power, headed all the way, I guess, right across hospital towards the Georgia Pole City.
Yeah, I mean, the plane flight path is pretty okay for a lot of teams. Even I mean, considering Godlike Stalwart is not playing in this one, so they're not going to have that big of a problem. But Deadeye's Warriors will definitely have a lot of trouble into making it to Sosnoka Militia Base, because that's where they like to go, and the plane flat path is kind of far away from that one. Other than that, every single team should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, should be quite comfy for them, but let's see. VENOM Legends, the Warriors are going to head towards... Well, the Warriors are going to head towards the military base, VENOM Legends towards Milta Power, DRS towards the Milta City, Janmaro on Lipovka, and Skylight Gaming. I want to see what they are going to be capable of. The previous game, Necro, you remember, since Seal Esports weren't there, Skylight Gaming were open to take Yasnaya under their wing, but this time around, the competition has returned, and Skylight Gaming, because of which, are going to drop with a 1-3 split in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, Skylights Gaming, yeah, definitely. I mean, they're going to go towards shelter. That's what they exactly do. When they know Seal isn't present inside the game, they're just going to drop near shelter and just compromise with that spot. But the next circle, though, Johnny, the first circle is all the way tilted on the left side. Again, creating a decent amount of mysterious aura. Maybe, I think so, the end can be towards Gatka. What do you think?
Yeah. I think it is going to be a Gatka end. Or maybe, I hope it goes towards the Everest, because that is also going to be another interesting position where it's going to be fun to watch how these teams duke it out. But if the circle moves towards Gatka, the end-game fights are going to be the best fights you can witness. But for now, at least, the Warriors completely alone on the military base. Again, that's the team that I'm looking towards. That's the team my eyes are going to be stuck on the entire time, because 5 points needed to break into the top 12 and make it to the next game on Livik.
VENOM Legends and DRS pretty close to each other in the similar vicinity. But these two teams don't want to lock horns just yet. This is the last game, ladies and gentlemen, for the week 1. And then after this one, bonus game's going to be played. Oh, just opens the door and gets greeted.
First blood secured within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the match starting by the lads of DAX, as TRZ are going to go ahead and lose their key player.
Well, that is unfortunate. That's all I'm going to say. Imagine you just open the door and you just have a complete jump scare in front of you. Dax SK49 in the front. Does he have any clue that Mamba is in the clotheslines as well? SK49's moving out. Why would you do that? Interesting. Okay.
Ooh. Well, to be fair, it's just retaliation now. So both the teams have traded out one player from either side, and now they fight it. It is going to be a complete 3v3 between both the squads. And also, this is happening in Gatka, so there's hardly any cover available for the teams and the individuals to hide in. And once they get to these sets of compounds that are there in the middle of nowhere, in these Gatka farms, you can't really move around much as well. TRZ, though, having recovered quite nicely, Mamba is going to get picked up by Atomic as they just journey towards position from where they will be able to loot quite nicely, get some weapons, get some heals, armor, helmet, all the good stuff, and then maybe return to repay the favor to the players of DAX.
I don't know about repay, but yeah, that was a pretty rookie move from the side of SK49 to just move out in the open like that, especially when you know there is threat on top of your head. Again, right now, we're not really going to be seeing a lot of early skirmishes other than that initial fight that just happened. Kremlin Storm inside the competition as well. As you mentioned, there's a decent amount of point gap between 13 and 14 spot. And this is what Deadeye's Warriors really need to abuse. WIZZES club, they're not that far away, only 5 points ahead. They don't need a lot of points. But Kremlin Storm now, looking to pounce on the prey in the front. Assault OP is just left all by himself. He knows exactly where the players are as well. Memo's in the front, still waiting for Memo to step out. Now he realizes the fact that he's getting charged down by a lot of player. He's going to toss all the utility that he has available. Repositions pretty well too. Knows that now nades are going to start to sneak in. Assault OP, staying alive for now, but I don't know for how long he's going to be able to stay up.
Just running around trying to see if he can distract them, but no, makes the mistake of having a nade in his hands when he should have had a weapon. And Dictator just runs up to go for the punish. Look at Malik, a reverse gear put into action as he has been forced to back off the ridge. High Voltage having lost one player, being surrounded by the players of Deadeye's guys in the Water City area. If they rotate and move out now, they risk getting finished off completely. So they're going to hold on to that position. As soon as the circle moves anywhere towards the west, you see a lot of early rotations coming in. Because there's not a lot of cover positions. As you mentioned, if the circle moves towards Gatka, then there are not a lot of cover options for everyone. Not enough for everyone, in fact. So you would like to move in early, take a good compound for yourself early, and then protect it with your dear life. But we did see Gremlin Storm, well, having one of their lads knocked out, and it was a knock because of IHC Esport. Cordless on a screen, just climbing literally uphill in a car.
Yeah, not just that, in a sports car, Johnny.
Yep.
That is something you see pretty rare. But TRZ on our screens as Yuta Uta is in the front lines. Mamba knows patience has to be the key here. And yeah, it is. Yitota decides to leave the vicinity. On the other hand, you see Deadeye's guys as well getting engaged in a fight against the players of Giant Mara, and unfortunately, Giant Mara has taken a casualty. We know this game is pretty important for the side of Giant Mara to qualify, and they're already starting things off on a bad note. Snap YT, no fear, being the casualty. Now we can safely say this team's not going to be able to qualify.
Yep. Giant Mara in a world of hurt. Deadeye's guys just not letting them breathe as well. They're just going to keep on applying the pressure. On top is going to get knocked out, though. Well, almost knocked out. Takes a lot of damage from the distance as he has been spotted out by the players from A1 Esport. Does manage to stay on his feet, though. And his teammates are going to be happy about it because now they have information as to where they have to go next.
VENOM Legends and Maptex Esports are pretty close in Rozhok. Skylights Gaming still making a rotation all the way up north. Decent amount of teams are taking their sweet little time to think about the pathways they want to use. As we have Deadeye's Warriors as well, finally exiting the military base island and entering the main island now. Dax, GSM in the front. Even this team is down to a two-man squad. But at this point, he can also just count them out. If they want, they can go for some spoilers here.
Well, but let's see, as you said, they can go for some spoilers, be a spoiled sport, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how they go about it. Struggle right now, just hiding in this dump truck, keeping an eye on the players of Gremlin Storm, and he can relay all of this information to his teammate in the distance, that is Pike. Other than that, multitudes of options. Wait for the players of Gremlin Storm to be distracted, pop up. And if you can line them up perfectly, you can at least take down to C. Now he's going to try and get a knock. It's a little too late as Gremlin Storm were already underway with their rotation and they managed to walk away safely. But here's why this could have been risky. They could have just easily gone across the ridge, stopped, and come back to finish him off.
MG3, airdrop one's going to be on the board. And we've seen what this gun's capable of. It's pretty powerful. Action was using it in the game of Sanhok. And he was able to pop off as well. Elimination feed as well is now going to start a dance as Giant Mara, they just continue to be the praise of a lot of teams. A1 Esports this time, they're going to pounce on top of these players of Giant Mara. Galzin, the last glimmer of hope alive. He wants a peaceful way out of this situation. I see a lot of shots taken, a lot of bullets caught. Max being unloaded from the side of Gremlin Storm, and they are being rewarded as well with a lot of blood.
GSM in a very tough situation. 10 minutes in, no squad eliminations, but we have lost a lot of individuals from a lot of teams. Still 16 teams, but 54 players remain in this game. High Voltage, one man down. DE, one man down. Giant Mara down to their last player. Gremlin Storm have lost two as well with TRZ. One man down. Dax lost two. I think the next is going to be Skylight Gaming as Nima. It seems like has been surrounded by the players of Seal Esport. But he has his teammates on the flank to protect him.
Nima is going to continue to apply a lot of pressure. Finally, Kese spotted out two. Nice. Just mowing down lawns. Nima doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. Still, though, 16 teams are alive and 53 players in total are remaining. A lot of teams have taken individual casualties, but we haven't seen any sort of team getting eliminated just yet. Deadeye's Warriors as well now starting to get their hands dirty. They want some blood on their hands as well, as they've got one elimination point named onto themselves. They know this game is really important. All they need is 5 more points, and they are in top 12.
Just have to make it to the top 12 and get to play in that Livik. That's all you have to do. For today at least, then rinse and repeat Tuesday again. Starting week 2, ladies and gentlemen. But the airdrop number 2 is going to be dropped onto this battlefield. With the AUG, the extended quick draw mag for the AR and the level 3 kit is going to be there. With the vest and the helmet and also the med kit. Oh, look at this Necro though. The hard shift down south.
Oh.
The zone playing mind games with everyone else in the lobby. And it is moving towards Gatka. Dax, all they have to do is survive. They need 5 points to make it.
But they're way too far away from each other. Way too far away. And this is something Dax does not want to do. Deadeye's Warriors on a move as well inside vehicles. They might find themselves a decent compound to play with. Elementrix can be a big thorn in their way, but not anymore. Deadeye's Warriors, they're down to a 3-man squad, Johnny. That's a big punch in the gut.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to recover from that. Another fight we might see inside Georgiable Apartments is between the players of Seal and Maptex. It continues on. DRS against the players of Deadeye's Warriors. They've managed to find another knockout. Deadeye's Warriors, they're getting picked off.
Well, it was an important fight right there because I know I said Dax by mistake, but I meant DE Warriors. DE Warriors are the team sitting on the 3rd position, just 5 points shy of the team above them. And this is a fight for qualification because once again, we are going to we will keep saying this again and again. Top 12, only the top 12 teams at the end of this game will be playing in the last match on the map of Livik. So it's quite important for the Warriors to somehow get those 5 points or get 6 just to be sure that you get to play the game.
Maptex Esports was there in the front. Look at Seal. Zake is just hearing a lot of audio cues in the front. Doesn't know how to react. Goes for a energy drink. But again, 15 teams alive. Not a lot of teams are being the casualty. It's the individual players from teams. And look at Seal. Oh, this can be an opening they really need. If he wants, he can step out just right now. But the 4x on the gun's going to be a little problematic in the close range. But he's still managing to connect a lot of bullets. One more connection is all you need, Lucifer. But he's not able to find that connection. Maptex Esports might just find a safe way out of this one. And they do somehow. They just escape the death grip.
Just barely managing to escape, but Seal Esport, they still got something from that over-aggressive, in fact, over-eager push that came in from the side of Maptex right there. On the other side, though, IHC up against the players of T2K. And it's going to be Zol and Alex handling all the pressure that's going to fall upon them. In fact, they don't want to do anything about this. They just back off, just moving and slightly inching towards their own teammates, deterring any sort of aggression from the lads of T2K. And just prioritizing their own safety in this situation.
Yeah. Again, does have the SKS in the hand. Wants to connect some skulls with the 8x scope as well. But he's not able to get a free line of sight on the players. The next circle is going to shift down even more. Hard shifts after hard shifts down south. The circle is just keeping these teams guessing. And DRS now are going to find themselves in lucky shoes. They are quite spread out. Rules OG is really far away from the rest of the pack. And I don't think so this is the way to play inside final circles. You got to make sure you're grouped up. Or you got to make sure you're at least close to each other. On the other hand, Elementrix getting charged down by the players of TRZ. They're doing a great job countering this entire push. The defense is going to be really strong this time as TRZ, they get another cavalry. Mad Cat as well inside the fray. B-Shawl goes down. The confirmation is going to be flowing up. Orange spotted out. But oh, Orange plays a crucial card in that fight.
An instant wipeout handed to the players of TRZ. Elementrix, they might have lost a few of their own, but that doesn't really matter. They just wiped out the entire opposing side. In the distance from even here, we do see the players of DEW, the Warriors in the distance.
Yeah, and DEW
staying
are quite
alive.
Scared. They're really scared to take any sort of fights, and they should be.
Yeah.
So close, man. Imagine if you're not able to qualify, only 5 points margin. That'll be one of the most frustrating things to go down to. But T2K as well, shining inside a fight, Johnny.
17 minutes and 13 teams, 39 players remaining. Make that 37 as a few more bodies go down. As the Warriors have gotten 2 more points, Necro. 2 finishes secured. Legend stuck in the open, and well, the small little mistake is going to be punished. Hitman, he wants to go for more, gets the second knock as well. Now Jane is going to be the last man surviving. It was a 1v3, and Hitman, the man does not know how to stop. He runs in the face of Jane and finishes his teammate while Jane was hiding in the cover. And Hitman finally gets knocked out, shut down as well from the distance. High Voltage getting that pick. Otherwise, Train to Kill, they would have been so upset getting 1v3 like that.
Oh my god, Hitman is just such a good player. He's a star player for this squad indeed. Hitman
Definitely.
is always there to save the day for A1 Esports, no matter what. And there you go, A1 Esports, a clean sweep on the players of T2K. Not that clean. Hitman was the casualty in that fight, but oh boy, Hitman just played a big card, almost clutching it out. Hitman deserves all the sort of props in the world. What a play against not just any team, it's T2K, a team that has been dominating the competition. It's not easy to pull something like that off.
It's definitely not easy. High Voltage. Oh, Malik, he does see Koa. Easy knock.
Wow.
Secured. And,
Smoked.
well, in an instant, A1 Esport, they're out.
He just got smoked. Oh boy, couldn't even, he just got vaporized in the air. That's how quick he got taken out. Nice coordinative shots. Waiting for the next circle to shift. This time it's going to center on up, a little bit tilted on the right side. Favoring the team of DRS once again. Killer YT is a little out, including rules, but should not be that tough because two players are already in the front, securing a better spot. DRS looking pretty solid so far, considering the circle has been blessing them with its presence.
Ooh, but VENOM Legends hiding in these trenches right here. I believe things being exchanged among teammates. This is quite a good position for now. But it's going to be extremely irritating for them once they're going to be forced to abandon this and get out of these trenches. On the other side, Elementrix under heavy fire from Sealy Esports, as we did see a few individuals getting taken out and be eliminated. Orange seems to be the last player left standing for his team, and did deter any extra aggression from the lads of Seal with a Molotov that was lobbed, but now he has nowhere left to go. Has a med kit, has a first aid, but it's not going to matter because his team is not there.
Seal just moving in forward. Oh, what a nade, Orange. Nice nade, catches a knock quickly. Another nade tossed in, but this time the Molotov from the side of Seal is going to be even stronger. Flushes him out perfectly. Nice placed Molotov inside the shack, nowhere to go. Will be roasted alive. On the other hand, you have Maptex getting eliminated on Night Spot. Deadeye's Warriors, all 4 players up so far, if I'm not wrong. Looking okay. I thought there was a casualty before, but they were able to get the fallen player back up, so that's a good thing for Deadeye's Warriors. They're looking like a well-oiled team, and there's a big chance they might be able to secure a chicken dinner in this one too. They have a decent positioning.
They have a very good position for now, though. Let's see. Jiggle, he's just keeping an eye on those exit points to be prepared for when the players of DE Warriors are going to step out in the open, and he will have his opportunity to take them down. 3-man lineup remaining from the side of High Voltage in this game. VENOM Legends doing a pretty phenomenal job so far, having all 4 players together and having secured those 5 extra points. The Warriors now, they need, I would say, just get 2 more points and 3 more points and you're done. They are trying their level best. All right, here comes another one. 3 points secured by the Warriors. 7 teams remaining, 21 players still alive. So that's an extra point for placement right there. IHC getting blown to smithereens as well. Assassin, Jiggle, Malik, all the lads from the side of High Voltage making sure the Warriors are taken out. In the meanwhile, East just putting up a lot of pressure on the players of IHC. Godless almost getting taken out, is going to make sure, well, it does make a run for it and makes it to the other side as well. But Alex's finish will be secured by the Warriors. Sneak was the man knocked out. Doc, he wants to make sure that they make it to the Livik game, and quite an aggressive move, running out in the open to close the distance. Nades being lobbed towards the players of IHC, and will they connect? The answer is no. Falling a little too short. And Godless will be able to give a revive to his teammate Zio.
I'd see so far 2 players alive with a big dream in the front. To convert it, it's really tough. Blinding, chucking some blind nades. Again, outside the play zone as well, 1 player was knocked out. There is a team that is just stuck there. And over again, it's just the players of DRS getting grazed by the presence of the zone. The PUBG gods are definitely in love with the players of DRS. The circle just keeps on favoring that team over and over again. And it's really tough to take the control away from a team that is that is just pretty much dominating the entire circle. Deadeye's Warriors on a move. They're taking care of the players of IHC. That's their move to make a little bit closer. Smokes are going to be tossed in the front to create a little bit of smoke pathway to make it inside the circle as well. Deadeye's Warriors, it's all up to them how they want to play this one out, because right now the circle is not being too friendly with them.
VENOM Legends laser in a very difficult situation, and the nades are going to keep on coming. IHC eliminated from this game. True love from the side of Deadeyes. Guys, in fact, moving forward quite nicely. And DW, ladies and gentlemen, since they have made it this far in the game, it means they are going to be moving forward to the Livik with the number of finishes that they have. And also, just given the fact that they are in the top 5 already, the Deadeyes guys, in the meanwhile, just trying to wrap things up with the players of VENOM Legends. Gangsta is just going to run up out of the trenches and goes to the farm. Fragboy trying to make it, won't succeed though. And Ripson is going to get finished off as well in a few short moments.
Ripson down. Gangster to go. Deadeye's guys, 3 players up. The wall of death is moving in quite close as well. Unfortunately, Deadeye's Warriors are catching a lot of hurt. 2 players are knocked out, Johnny, on either side. It's, of course, DRS putting a lot of pain and hurt. It's the 30 bullets of pain shredding through. And how are they going to try to counter that? Especially when you don't have the positional advantage. There's another team in the back lines as well. It's high voltage assassin to take care of. Deadeye's Warriors, they found their footing inside the house. Still knocked out, still pretty damaged. If Assassin gives his position away, that's going to be it for him. So Assassin does not want to move even an inch, does not want to peek out and take shots, even though he sees the entire team of Deadeye's Warriors in the front. The threats lingering in the back, threats all over the place, but no way to counter that.
No way of surviving this entire fiasco. Oh, look at this. Gangster and Assassin moving in together towards the zone, just slowly and steadily. These 2 players crawling. And it's going to be Gangster who picks off Assassin right there. And top 4, ladies and gentlemen. 9 players remaining. Gangster about to go down at any moment. Luckily finds a few first aids lying out in the open. Gyante as well from DRS. Last player surviving for his team. So basically it's going to come down to between the Warriors, my apologies, a team with all 4 players who, in a game that mattered a lot to them and to their standings in the grand finals already, have in fact pull out an amazing performance. And it's the Warriors versus DE guys, in fact, Deadeye's guys. The final fight that's going to happen. Gangster is the last survivor for his team, so there's a high probability that he's not going to be alive for long. Same goes for Gyante, but Gyante is in the backlands, and I don't think anyone has noticed his position. Or he's in fact even made a move.
Yeah. Deadeye's Warriors are playing this one out perfectly. They realize the amount of void they need to fill, and so far they're doing a fantastic job in that. Not really overextending themselves, playing a nice methodical game, trying to be as clinical as possible with the approach. And DRS, on the other hand, even though all the circle was theirs, even though they were dominating the entire area, it got stolen away by the players of Deadeye's Warriors, and they played it perfectly. Calculated aggression comes out of play even better as Deadeye's Warriors, they are close to closing out this game, and they might just be the one to win it as well, Johnny. 1 more to go. And all players alive from the side of Deadeye's Warriors. 1 more to go. and he's really close too. Gante left to clutch it out. The players are definitely on HP deficit. I don't think so. The players of Deadeye's Warriors are stacked up on a lot of meds. Oh, there's a chance he might clutch it out. Oh no, they're getting a little too ahead of themselves. They want to shut down the final man. There's Zed in on the right lines.
He's gonna pull it off.
I think so. He's gonna clutch it. I think so. He's got it. I think so.
Yes.
He will. Gante takes down 3. One more to go. Sneaks his way too low on his HP. Gante will need to patch himself up, and he exactly does. Deadeye's Warriors overconfidence pays off in the favor of Gante, and it's working out so well. But no, he was not able to out-survive the zone. Oh, that is so unfortunate. But Deadeye's Warriors, luck playing a crucial role. Luck playing a crucial role, and Deadeye's Warriors secure a really critical game in their hands. That was almost lost. That was almost lost.
Man, what an amazing, amazing close finish, but such an anticlimactic moment right there. So close to closing out the game. Gante clutching out a 1v4 against the Warriors in a game where they were looking so strong, but it's all right. It's all right. It was a wonderful, wonderful run that we got to witness from the man. Kudos to him, and kudos to the Warriors for winning the game and making it not just in the top 12, not just making it to the Livik game, but also making it into the top 9 now. What a play.
Underestimating a player. They thought they had the numbers advantage. Underestimated the players. Listen, Johnny, I should be the one to put on the glasses because my prediction's right. All right, I'm tied up with you now. 3-3, baby. What's up? But with that being said, we're gonna push to a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is Super Johnny Johnman Necro, and you guys are watching the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. 5 matches for the day are done, but unlike us just calling it a night every single day as we have been doing it for the last 4 days, there's something different happening today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we're going to be looking at the rankings of, well, the game that just happened, then the overall rankings, and then we will have the bonus game for the week, which will be played on Livik.
Dude, that is still having me shocked. I'm still so speechless on that moment right there, because that is such a classic thing that a team that is not experienced would do. And this is the problem with Deadeye's Warriors, right? They are a pack of rookies. They are the 4 new faces inside the lobby. It makes a lot of sense. Underestimating their opponent and almost lost that entire thing. They were quite overconfident in that situation, but hey, as long as you're able to win it, that's all that matters. And my prediction is right too. Let's go. I'm tied up with Johnny. What's up, Johnny? You can't trash talk me anymore.
We'll talk about that when the next week rolls around.
No, we got to talk about that in Livik, baby.
Alrighty. So Livik is going to be our decider as well for week 1, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to walk away the winner? Is it going to be Necro or will it be me?
Hashtag Necro in the chat. Come on, guys. Let's go. I'm going to be the winner. But with that being said, DOK at 922, 5 elimination points, and 952 damage dealt with 2 headshots and 26-47 survival time with 2 knockouts and a healing done of 164. I mean, Deadeye's Warriors, they were playing it so well till the end. Nice controlled aggression. We're not taking any sort of unnecessary fights. Overall, we saw a nice calculated game, just like IT did in Sanhok when they realized they're so close to that second spot.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a clinical game as well, as you mentioned, from the side of DEW. But again, as you were talking about as soon as we came back from the break, that the inexperienced in the line, in the team, in the players, did show in that final clutch, from where instead of just running in together from a single direction, we saw the players split in two different directions, allowing Gyante to isolate those fights. And the Warriors, I mean, the match almost slipped out of their hands, but still, it was an impressive finish. They needed 5 points to make it into the top 12. They got a little more, like a few more, just for good luck, you know. And this was an impressive performance, but then again, Necro, where were games like this before? Like, we saw them play really well on the first day, and from then on, they just went completely missing.
Yeah, they just definitely were quite missing right there. But again, the player focus in front of us, Gyante almost clutching it out with 4 elimination points and 607 damage dealt. And True Love is right there too from the side of Deadeye's guys with 3 elimination points, 719. Even though DRS had a solid game, the circle just kept on shifting right on top of them. They were still not able to, you know, have that many amount of elimination points wrapped up, because they could have had the biggest chance to wrap up as many elimination points as possible, because they were right in the smack center most of the times.
Well, and just the fact that they were able to hold that center for so long gave them such a good position, in the fact that they did not have to deal with a lot of aggression. Majority of the fights in this particular match were happening towards the eastern and the northern edges of the circle, from all of those fiascos that were taking place towards the Gatka farms and also the Everest area. And then as soon as the circle just moved in, it got smaller and smaller. We saw a lot of teams losing those individual bodies pretty early as well. And again, a very, very interesting game. I think this was the first Gatka circle we have seen in the last 5 days on Erangel.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, we have. So again, the circle was really interesting, and the way the players of Deadeye's Warriors adapted on the fly, that was even more interesting. But again, highest assist this time, Lucifer's going to be taking it. Godless as well right there from the side of IT. IT having a decent game with the healing done of 649. Zake is there too, right there with the healing done. So overall, IT were catching a lot of bullets in that fight. Rotations are not really working out that well in their favor. But Johnny, I just can't wait for the Livik to start. I just can't, man. I just want the Livik to start right now. I can't wait anymore, dude, because it's going to be so fun.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely fun indeed. I mean, it's a very, very small map. And on top of that, there's going to be 12 teams, all complete lineups dropping in. And also in a situation where the points are going to matter. It's not going to be a fun match. It's not going to be a show match. The points for the Livik game will be counted. That's the best part right there. But the match summary out of the way, we do have the match rankings on our screens. DE Warriors, they get 27 points from this match. DRS, still, I don't know, I don't think they're going to be too unhappy about the missed opportunity. They still walked away with 18 points. Yeah. And kudos to Gyante, man, that last, even though he wasn't able to clutch it out, just the fact that he survived for so long alone out in the open was impressive enough. Deadeye's guys, 16 points to them. VENOM Legends with 14, and well, Dax is going to be there with just 5 points. So they are going to be left behind. Gremlin Storm with 2, already too far away in terms of making it into the top 12. Maptech just 1 point secured. So someone is going to slide down the overall ranking. I want to see which team misses out on the opportunity.
I mean, one thing we know for sure is that John Mar is not going to be making it. So that was just set right there. Then Deadeye's Warriors with that chicken dinner, they got themselves situated in the top 10 if I'm not wrong. So that was a big leap taken from their side. So there has to be someone that got pushed out, right? So who was that team? I think so. It has to be Maptix was barely on the edge, right? No, it was Gremlin Storm who was barely on the edge. So yeah, it's Gremlin Storm. No, it was not Gremlin Storm. It was, oh boy, why is that team not coming up to my mind?
The Warriors on the edge. They were on the 13th position.
They were on 13th, but there was one team who was on 12th spot and only 5 points ahead.
It was Janmar, I think.
I think so, yeah. It was definitely
And-
someone from that. But yeah, GSM was all the way at 16 spots, so it's not GSM. But yeah, the overall rankings are definitely quite interesting to find out because, again, the overall rankings is going to break down all the storyline and confirm which top 12 teams will be moving in forward inside to play the Livik game.
Yeah, and it is going to get intense on Livik. It is going to get heated up as well. Because bonus points for the grand finals, everything is going to be on the line as well. The performance you deliver now is going to decide whether you make it to the SA Championship in the grand finals, or in fact after the grand finals are done as well. So again, we're going to be waiting for that. But before that, overall rankings, again, very important. Because as Necro said, it is going to be quite tricky for us to do all of the math that quickly right after the game is done. We're not good with numbers ourselves, but we're going to wait for the rankings. We're going to wait for the production to show the rankings on our screens. But before that, I believe the next thing that's going to happen, Necro, is the Oppo F21 Pro moments that we are going to witness. And again, the best part is that we get to see those clutches once again. That clutch fight in the very end, we're going to witness that once again. But also we're going to witness the early trades like this one. A man walks in and gets shot at. Not welcome here.
Yeah. I mean, definitely this was something that is still keeping me guessing. Why was that move made in the first place? And something needed to be done there, right? Because SK49 just walks out in the open, and especially when he knows that there is a threat lingering around him, he still doesn't care, just walks out in the open. But Dax, they are definitely not qualified. That's one thing we know for sure, but they still have 2 more weeks in the future, so there is a little bit of safety cushion available for them, but it's not something to rely on. They always want to thrive to be even better because Dax last time were better than what we're seeing this time. Damage graph in front of us, Deadeye's Warriors on the first, of course, winning the chicken dinner with 12 elimination points, 25-27 damage dealt, Johnny.
Well, impressive performance from the EU Warriors in this match. 12 eliminations, 2,500 plus damage dished out, as you said. But DRS as well, quite a phenomenal run, 1,600 damage, 6 eliminations secured. DE, guys, with 1,900 damage, 6 eliminations secured. The beauty of Open Circle is everyone gets a fighting chance. And that is what we witness in this game as well. But finally, we have the overall rankings in front of us. And starting off with the top 10.
Oh, DRS, they got second.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, IHC got pushed down to third. Interesting. Oh, I remember the team. It was WIZZES Club, Johnny. WIZZES Club was barely on 12th spot, 5 points ahead of Deadeye's Warriors. So that means WIZZES Club are pushed down, and a 4 placement leap from the side of Deadeye's Warriors. So I think so we have our top 12.
I think you are correct.
Yeah, I am
WIZZES
correct.
Club, yes, indeed, was the team that was there. And they are going to be pushed out of the top 12. Maptex, Raw, both of them making it through. Maptex, I think, are going to be the happier of the bunch because they barely managed to slip through. But ladies and gentlemen, finally moving forward. And yes, WIZZES Club unable to hold on to their position, just missing the opportunity by 3 points. And it was quite unfortunate because they weren't even allowed to defend their spot. Their matches were done.
What just happened here? Oh, WIZZES Club would be so disappointed. Barely, dude. As you said, 3 points shy. That is one of the most annoying things in the world. So close, but so far. A prime example of that statement is WIZZES Club right now in the overall rankings. 13th spot. Oh, only if they would have had a better previous game, then things could have been different. But, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the schedule once again as the top 12 teams are going to move in inside Livik.
Well, top 12 teams moving towards Livik, as you said, Necro. And again, for a game that's going to be extremely important, as important as the previous 5 matches that they played. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the point structure for Livik. Because only 12 teams are going to be here. If you finish first, you get 10. You finish second, you get 6. You finish third, you get 5 points. You finish fourth, you get 4 points. You finish fifth, you get 3 points. For 6th position, you get 2. 7 to 8, you get 1 point. 9 to 12th position, you get 0 points. And every elimination is going to be 1 point. So this match, this map is going to be even more deadly, even more punishing, even more brutal than the normal 3 maps that we usually witness. I keep forgetting Weekend is in the competitive rotation anymore, but Anyways, it's going to be super fun. Necro, what are your expectations? Who do you think is going to win this one?
I'm ready, dude. I'm already rubbing my hands. I'm just waiting. I'm getting my hands warmed up. All right, it's time to roll out my crystal ball. I don't really have a ball available here, but yeah, I'll just pretend I have an invisible ball in my hand. But with that being said, that says to me, you've given me the first chance to pick, so you've kind of flipped up on that. So I'm going to say Godlike Stalwart.
All right. Now you can't change it, right?
All right, okay, yeah. What about it?
All right, I'm going to pick Godlike Stalwart.
Dude, no! I thought we had some sort of, decency between us, man.
It's time for a kamikaze move, my friend.
Oh my god, he's already cursed it, guys. We can't, I'm not having good expectations from Godlike Stalwarts after him picking that team like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm already tied up.
Be fun.
I'm already tied up with 3 correct predictions, but I just want to topple him over, Now the problem is, even he picked it up, and if they actually win, we're going to be tied again.
Yes. Oh, let's keep moving forward like this then.
No.
Then at the last game, I'm going to switch teams. Last game of the league stages is where it's all going to change.
No, I'm not going to let that happen, Johnny. I'm never going to let that happen. But the Livik game, man, much more smaller map, Johnny. Much more smaller, much more compact
like this big.
map. Yeah. Well, how big?
Like this big. Yeah, I mean, on my screen, it's like that big only.
Johnny, what are you saying?
It's a small map?
It is a small map. Yeah, it is really small map. It's the smallest map. So it's going to be really fun to see because it's going to be an all-out war in that map. Absolute chaotic starting 12 teams with 4 players are just going to land inside of Livik. And it's going to be a quick one too.
Yeah, it is going to be a quick one indeed.
Yeah.
Again, if we say on Sanhok, the plane part does not matter and you can drop anywhere, well, Livik just takes basically everything we say about Sanhok and multiplies it by 10.
Yeah.
It is extremely small. There's even more water on the periphery of the map, by the way. So that makes the entire situation more interesting. The building clusters are massive, even though the map is, as we have been saying, extremely tiny. But what I love about the particular map is the variety of terrain that's there. It's so pretty to look at. It's so beautiful with the way everything has been designed inside of the game, and it's extremely fun to play. Especially these lads are going to play it in a competitive setting. Their games are going to be a little bit more intense. But if you ever need to just warm up for your matches, if you ever need to just chill and enjoy the game at the same time, I think Livik is my one of my favorite maps to play. I think it's going to be #1 soon, though, because I've been playing it quite a lot.
Johnny,
So,
I'm already having evil intentions in my mind. Bring
Why?
back the shotguns in Livik. Much more smaller map. Shotguns are even more deadly. Let's see it, man. Shotgun, every single team. I wish there is like sort of like one type of game mode inside, like fun game mode in tournament where every single team just uses shotguns.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Oh, that's going to be so fun. Because here we go. Livik on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. The game's finally here. And the moment that we've always been waiting for, that one single bonus game every single week. And week 1's bonus game is right here, starting right now. And all the teams are already set to go down. And IT has found themselves in the vicinity of Elementrix. A quick drop clash as well.
Well, let's see the first fight already starting with it there. Well, what is that? 50 seconds of the game beginning. Zeol taking a lot of damage. And this time around, it's going to be quite interesting to see who walks away with the win. The zone is there, ladies and gentlemen. Quite well, I don't know, Necro. Do we call this a center circle or do we just call this a circle now?
It's just a circle. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're going to be able to cover the distance with your feet pretty quickly. So, yeah. I mean, you're going to be as fast as a vehicle on Erangel on the map, you know? Even if you just run.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The map is so small. But, again, here we go. IHC and Elementrix. 2 teams fighting for the supremacy to take control of this area. Loot is something these teams are... Oh, I want to see these 2 teams just like, you know, friendly up, not fight each other and go for a football match. Whichever team loses, you just get executed.
Yes.
That'll be so fun, man.
That's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be intense. Imagine the adrenaline rush right there.
Yeah.
Ooh. But Joel running to the top floor needs to be careful. Ice, he's going to be shot at from the window. If you can shoot at the opposition, that means they can shoot towards you as well. Need to be extremely careful.
I love this format. I love it. Livik, it's like as soon as you see the map with your eyes, there's just like a little smile on your faces all the time. And oh, the nade was cooking up a bit too long. And T2K did not see it coming. Got charged on by the player. 1952 are looking so strong. Jane on the other side pulls out the barrel and will connect the shots as well. But this time, Jane's a little too strong. Has the shotgun in the hand. And here we go. Jane realizes the signature weapon for this map is the shotgun. Wants to get the confirmation. He will, but he's way too low on HP. He needs to patch himself up. Nade tossed in inside the house, and it's going to land perfectly right on top of Dante.
Well, and a lob that's going to make Kobe proud. Gets an easy knockback. Still trying to go for the finish. Legend doing wonders with those nades. For now, at least, has to be extremely careful. Needs to wait for Jane to heal up and join him in this action, but closes in on this barn so that he can be a little bit more precise with the nades. Has the M249 on his back as well. Can use that to just mow down the players of 1952. But Jax dropping down to the ground floor is going to try and see if he can challenge Legend in this position. But the nade drops towards him instead of going to his teammates. And he takes around 50 HP of damage. The rest of it comes from the M249. Devil Boy with the shotgun in his hand sees Legends and oh, Necro, you were so right. The signature weapon for this map doing wonders as Legend is just going to be there with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, it's so sliver that it's not even noticeable with human eye, and now he's patching himself up. But you're also seeing some snipers being used in the elimination feed. It's the players of Elementrix who have already managed to crack some skulls open. The shotguns are going to be way too deadly. How are you going to push inside a house? Especially with a player wielding a shotgun. Godless, nice spray connecting on the players of Elementrix. Bishal goes down, pulls out a shotgun, but he cannot connect in that range. Godless will go for the res onto his teammate, but look at Alex. He's getting a little too ahead of himself. He wants to wipe out the team in the front. This is really fun, right? This is a fun game at the same time, a fun map, but you cannot play this in a fun way. You got to be serious.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun for us, but not for the players that are performing right now. And I see Godless pushing forward towards the players of Elementrix. Is going to switch to the shotgun, but distance is a little too much. Finds one knock, gets the second as well, and is going to go for the finish now on all of these bodies lying and crawling in front of him. Precious, in the meanwhile, is going to run to the rooftop, try and save his life.
Oh boy, the shotguns and the VSS as well on the play. VSS, a lovely weapon. Raw. All the four players. I'm just loving this variety, man. We're seeing so much new stuff, even the players. Oh boy. Raw officials charging on in slowly and steadily. I'm pretty sure RX Jax has all sort of info in this one. Nate tossed in pretty close to RX Jax. No damage caught yet. And Cuss definitely did catch a lot of hurt though. 1952 is still just camping that house. No intentions of backing away from that one. Raw official is closing up against the players of Skylights Gaming. Nades will be exchanged from both the sides. Should land pretty close to Mafia Ninja. No, it's going to be the answer. A little bit overhand. Again, Raw officials, though. They are just scouting out the crowds in the front. A lot of teams are colliding early, but this is the classic Livik for you.
I think considering this is the first time it's happening competitive, there is no definition of what a classic Livik is going to be. Apart from the literal classic Liviks that we get to play. Ooh, Skylight Gaming. They are going to start, they're going to be playing from the edge, I guess. These vehicles have been picked up by these lads. And they're going to try and regroup soon. All four players still alive and healthy. Two teams eliminated from this game. T2K and Elementrix. 1952 Deadeyes guys have lost 1-1 player each. all due to what IHC has been up to in the meanwhile. Everyone else is just playing for safety. Playing like this is Erangel all over.
You've got to play for safety when there's bonus points online, Johnny.
True.
And they're going to matter a lot. T2K, Elementrix already out the game. IHC did not even catch any sort of hurt. All 4 players up, so that's going to be a flawless wipe. 1952 as well, losing out on a player. Deadeye's guys too, losing out on a player. IHC's already on a run for a better spot inside the circle. And you never know. Livik is so small, you might run into another team anytime.
Ooh, Devil Boy. And now Wally does see Mr. Boro in the distance, goes for the spray, and it connects. Finds the first knock for himself. He's going to try and see if he can go for the finish. The distance a little too much, and well, the lads from the side of Skylight Gaming are quite close to their teammates, so it should be a quick revive for them.
And that's what they're exactly going for. The smokes to shroud themselves and also provide a little bit of visual cover from the enemy. Maptex Esports are not able to find that sweet spot in that smoke or through that smoke. Deadeye's guys in the closer vicinities of IHC, they don't know what they're walking into. Now they definitely do, as Zal is going to fall down and it's going to be the casualty here. The rest 3 players are still up and alive. Deadeye's guys, Joker. Deadeye's guys have 3 players alive too, so now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Which team's going to get another casualty on their name? That team will have a big hand in this fight. Deadeye's guys, the wiser option can also be to just back out from that fight. Deadeye's Warriors, close to the players of Maptex, in the back lines, slowly and steadily creeping and crawling their way in. They've heard the gunshots. And East does not directly want to go all guns blazing. He wants to take his time. He wants to surprise him with a sneak attack. Then he's going to crawl in pretty close. Oh, just blasted right off there. Joker Sir's going to punch his way close. Again, Deadeye's guys, both these teams are not making any sort of critical moves just yet.
Yeah. Stuck on the eastern edge of the zone. Oh, no! Wally taking a massive nade to the face. Is going to be dropped, and DE Warriors are going to decide if they want to go for a push. It's going to be important that they do, though, because they will have to gatekeep Maptex. They have Skylight Gaming approaching through the northern side as well, along with the lads of 1952. There they are. Baron going for the spray. Is not going to connect anything. And Jax gets away quite easily, in fact. But same can't be said for Wally from the side of Maptex. Was finished off. Baron losing a lot of HP. Down to around 50. And Necro, I have to say this. So we are looking at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, and Raw is taking things extremely slow. They were holding on to the Blomster position until the blue zone actually forced them to move towards the circle, and now they are playing with the blue zone, moving with the blue zone. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what their end game plan is going to be. Look at that position from the side of Raw. So careful, so slow.
A peaceful approach, even inside Livik. We're seeing these moments of silence. Raw, why is he not taking any shots? That could have been a potential free knockout. But True Love is still trying to be quiet. Deadeye's guys, the other 2 players, were really close to a big threat. And they still are against the players of IT, but they'll need to start moving as quick as possible. Because the wall of death is now going to start to close in from the back. On top is Dead. IHC making some crucial moves. They're pretty desperate for rotation. They want to make it inside the circle. They want to be the mature ones to back out from a fight, but Deadeye's guys are not letting that happen.
Well, and using the smoke as cover, IHC do make it through to the other side. Now, Joker needs to be extremely careful. He is also using the shotgun, but Godless is here. Just one tap to Alex's face, and, well, he was knocked out instantly. Joker cooking up the nade. Needs to be a little bit more precise with how he lobs it, but Godless is going to return the favor, and now finally goes back to giving the revive to his teammate, but DE, Deadeye's guys are still lurking nearby, so IHC, they can't be a little too complacent right now. They have to just stay on point, stay focused. Otherwise, if they misjudge the situation, they could be eliminated. They could lose a few more bodies over there.
Deadeye's Warriors. They're playing even this one really slow and cautiously. 3 players are up and live for this team. Doc was the casualty, as he likes to play from the front. Skylights Gaming. Really close now. But it's up to the players of DE Warriors right here. All the teams are going to start to have all sort of eyes on each other. But it's up to them how they want to challenge the fights, how they don't. So this is definitely going to be an interesting factor. Deadeye's Warriors need to start moving inside the circle because the next circle is shifted down south, right on top of the players of DRS once again.
We'll see the IC from the side of IHC is going to be picked off by Raw. And it's going to be Godlike Stalwart in the meanwhile, who are holding the center of the map, going for the fight against the players of 1952. So 13 minutes in, 8 teams, 25 players still alive, and Devil Boy has been spotted out by the top. Trying to see if he can take him out, and I believe it should be an easy pickup, but look at that, Baron coming in from the rear, from Maptex Esports, is going to make sure that Skylight Gaming are not going to be in this game anymore.
Godlike Stalwart still over here top. It's up and alive. Pika spots out the players of High Voltage. It's open grounds in the front. High Voltage are in a deadlock. To break free, it's going to be next to impossible, especially when Stalwart Esports has all sort of cover available. Raw Esports, Raw Official, closing up on Deadeye's Warriors. This might just be the opportunity he was really looking for. Try to bob and weave, but he cannot. And he will be taken down. Incus finds the opening. Deadeye's Warriors not able to save that player. Now down to a 2-man squad. Raw and Stalwart Esports and DRS are the 3 teams, or including High Voltage as well, that have all the 4 players up. And then you have Deadeye's Warriors and Maptex with Deadeye's Warriors with 2 and Maptex with 1. And look at Apex. He's closing up from the back. Deadeye's Warriors, a big threat approaching.
We said a big threat is headed this way, but let's see when it will arrive. In fact, DRS on our screens right now, they're going to be trying to hold they will try to hold their position out in the open. It won't be an easy job. They have High Voltage in one direction. They have Godlike Stalwart in the other to worry about. And now Raw decides to show up in the middle of nowhere. All 4 players still left standing. The Warriors down to their last player, Sneaks, who is struggling in the blue zone for now at least. It's a 4v4 situation between the top 4 teams. Raw, Stalwart, DRS and High Voltage. But Raw and DRS going at it right now, trading numbers back and forth against each other.
Deadeye's Warriors, oh, Sneaks! Could not withstand the amount of damage the zone was dealing onto him. Will eventually fall down. Now, Stalwart Esports and High Voltage are the 2 teams with all 4 players alive. But Stalwart Esports have the positional advantage. And they're looking to convert it into a victory as well. They found the opening. Prabeen goes down. The first knockout from the side of Stalwart Esports against the players of High Voltage. Malik is still there, but oh, the return fire as well is looking pretty strong. They're going to shut down DRS. DRS were right inside the circle. That means now the pathways are open for the players of Stalwart Esports to try and close in.
Well, let's see, Jiggle and Assassin just patiently waiting for Gante and Killer to make a mistake. And oh, before they do that, a nade was lobbed in. That was basically the reason for the demise of DRS. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's high voltage against godlike Stalwart, and Top has already initiated a conversation with Prabhat in which he just said, lad, go down and stay down. And Assassin returns the favor with a wonderful three-pointer nade, taking down Action, the key player from the side of godlike Stalwart. It's a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, perfectly placed nade's gonna find and reward him. Action down, a big man, a big threat compromised for now. But it's not neutralized just yet. Action's still knocked out. There's a chance he might be back up on his feet. Assassin inside the shack, or inside the house if you'd like to call it. Molotov tossed in to flush the player out, but it's gonna be really tough. I don't think so. The flames are gonna be spreading all the way across, so Assassin should be safe in a corner. And that's what he's exactly doing, just sticking to the corner, shotguns out. In close range, of course, it's going to be quite deadly. Scry is going to be the casualty. Finally, now the shotguns are going to be out as well. Not able to find the opening. Stalwart Esports are catching a lot of hurt inside this fight. High Voltage are doing a great job with the utilities. The precision is on another level. Two players down.
See.
Two more to go. Action still firing around the corner.
Well, Pika was quite close to him, so he got a quick revive, but now Stalwart, they're down to the last two. Pika has taken a lot of damage, and he needs to find the opening, find the knock. Malik taking off Scry, picking off Scry, Action retaliating, and well, it's down to Assassin. It's a 1v1 situation between the top two players from their team. Action versus Assassin. Who's gonna win? Going for the hipfire. Assassin turns around and Action closes it out. Godlike Stalwart, ladies and gentlemen, I guess winning is the only way they know how to do it. First in the overall ranking, first on Livik, 15 points secured, 5 eliminations in total, and 10 for the placement.
The champs, the champs. This team just always smurfs in South Asian lobbies. They're just levels, they're just miles ahead of any other team inside South Asia. They are just way better in every single aspect, in every single angle. And they are here to prove yet again, godlike Stalwart, making it look like a piece of cake. And our predictions are right once again, Johnny. We're tied up once again.
I mean, yeah, it's 4-4 each. Going into week 2 later on, but for now at least this was a very interesting game, impressive game played by the top 12 teams of the overall rankings. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering what is happening, well, we will be having a look at the overall rankings with these scores probably added to them so that the tally sort of changes just a little bit. But before all of that happens, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, finally we get to say, all the matches for today are done. Now we'll be having the one last look on the overall rankings and see how the teams have moved around. But before that, let's have a look at the MVP of this game. And I'm pretty sure we all know who it's going to be. Oh, voltage jiggle.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I mean, High Voltage had all the 4 players alive till the end. So, yeah, I'm not surprised to see one player from the side of High Voltage here. High Voltage was having a phenomenal game, of course. But, yeah, Jiggle is finally able to pop off in the elimination bracket. I mean, throughout this entire week 1, we saw Jiggle was the man who was lacking in elimination points when it comes to High Voltage. But in this game of Livik, Jiggle has filled up even that, and Jiggle is now able to pop off even the elimination bracket. 3 knockouts, 5 elimination points, 701 damage dealt, 1734 survival time. overall, things are looking quite great. Let's take a look at the player focus, and Godless is going to be there from the side of IT too. Mr. Smokey, Stalwart Esports Action right there with 3 elimination points, and Deadeye's Warriors with 2 elimination points. It's going to be East 922. The only reason why Godlike Stalwart is not inside the elimination feed because they really did not move around from their initial drop location. All they did was just stay there and play as safe as possible.
Yeah. I mean, they're just playing for that position, for that safety. Did not really prioritize the fact that, hey, if we get those elimination points, we can actually make an even more impact. Because you did see that the point structure was laid out in a certain way that early aggression means you walk away with guaranteed something instead of just waiting in one position and getting taken out early on, resulting in no points coming your way from this bonus game. If you get nothing from this game, then there was no reason for you to be it's a map advantage. It's a map advantage basically that's being handed to these 12 teams. They have to make it count. High Voltage did a pretty phenomenal job of doing that. IHC, the early aggression that they were playing with allowed them to secure a lot of extra points as well. Godlike Stalwart, well, winning is a habit to that team, and they won this game in a pretty phenomenal manner. But we do have the match summary right here. Highest assist with Inkis, highest healing done with ATRAX Jax, as he did get left behind in the blue zone as well for a little while. But ladies and gentlemen, finally we have the match rankings, and there it is. Godlike Stalwart, 15 points secured, High Voltage on 13.
Ooh. Yeah, exactly. And then you have TDK on 10, Scarlet's Gaming on 9. Decent amount of teams not really having that great of an outcome in that Livik game. But again, it's just the first Livik game being played, right? You still have 2 more to go in the future, 2 more bonus games of Livik to go. This was more kind of like to test the waters. A lot of teams were probably caught off guard with how the pace was looking like inside the lobby because they've never faced against each other in a Livik game. So this was quite interesting. An interesting outcome. Stalwart Esports realizing the fact that this is a fast-paced map, so just let the other teams fight it out. Instead, we'll just try to keep our heads tucked down, and luckily the circle as well was favoring them for a decent amount of time.
Well, the circle was favoring them, as you said, for an extremely long amount of time. I mean, up until they were like the final 3 teams remaining, I don't think Godlike Stalwart left their position. And even in the final 3, they only left it because they wanted to make sure that the elimination points were headed their way and not High Voltage just getting the few extra points for no reason at all. But it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how the overall rankings are going to look and the overall leaderboard is going to look after this particular game, because that is where the impact will be felt. That is where this performance that these teams have had are going to matter. And again, based on your finish every single week, points are handed out to the teams. Those points add up, and those will be sort of transferred into their initial starting points for the finals. It is a little something extra that you have to wrap your mind around, but trust me, as we move forward week to week, day to day, we'll get a hang of things. But we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screen, and it starts with 1952 Devil Boy getting a pick with a PP Bison.
Oh yeah, and then later on, just continued on over the players in 1952, TDK Jane. Yeah, we saw this moment where he got the confirmation on the player. IT as well got engaged in quite early fights. In the end, we know how things were looking like overall. High Voltage was the only team who had the 4 players up. But yeah, this is the exact fight that I'm talking about. Godless with shotgun went big in this one.
Yeah, it was an impressive moment indeed. And then he goes on to destroy the hopes and dreams of DE Joker, who is just patiently waiting for Godless to go for a revive, and then he would have lobbed the nade, but Godless got a little too restless. Sneaks, I have to give him props, man. He just picked off so many extra points for his team DE Warriors when he knew he was about to go down to the blue, nowhere left to go, but still, he fought till the very end, securing a decent number of points. But, again, now, in the end, it was just between these 2 squads, High Voltage and Godlike Stalwart, and when action is there, you have to just bow down to this man.
You indeed gotta bow down to this man because he is one of the best players inside the South Asia lobby currently so far. So you need to bow down to the king. But, I mean, Yeah, definitely a really fun game off Livik, and I'm loving the format change so far. I'm just absolutely in love with it. Gotta have a little bit of fun here and there too, and that's what the Livik games are here, at least for us and the viewers to have fun, and for the players to take it a little serious. Elimination leaders, as we do take a look at Killer YT with 1 in that previous bonus game, and then you have Top over there too. I mean, again, Top on the second spot with 34. Killer YT is just always on the first. We saw yesterday as well, but Top is getting a little closer. 34, only one elimination point shy, and both of them are kind of similar in the damage numbers. But Doc 922 is just on another level when it comes to the damage dealt.
I mean, definitely. And Doc is one of the key players for the side of the Warriors. But moving forward in the elimination leaderboard, we finally do see Action sitting on the 6th position with 29 eliminations to his name. And following him is going to be the star player for the side of 1952, Entry. Again, you and I talked about this when 1952 was struggling. We had only one thing to point out. You have a monster of a player. Just let him loose. Just let the monster loose. And, well, 1952 have been doing a pretty wonderful job of standing up to the rest of the competition. They are constantly putting pressure on the top contenders, the top players, and I have to say they are one of the top contenders themselves now.
They indeed are. And then you have Entry as well coming in. And then you have Alex, too, with 28 elimination points. Assassin right there from the side of High Voltage. Jane. But, ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth, the bonus rankings in front of us. Has Godlike Stalwart, after the week 1, they've got 20 points. Then DRS with 19. And then you have IT again with 18. This is quite interesting. Yeah, it's just going to keep on descending downwards.
Yep, it is going to keep on dropping as well. Bonus points, as you said. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about this at the start of every single day, that bonus points are based off of your league finish, where you finish in that particular week. So these are the bonus points for week 1, week 2, and week 3. We're going to see that a little bit later. But for now, again, Godlike Stalwart basically is number 1 everywhere. Every leaderboard, every ranking you see, they're sitting on the first position. I don't know how they make it happen.
They're just better. That's all I can say. But yeah, look, Game1 Esports with 1, then yeah, pretty much the bottom 4 teams, they don't really have a lot of points accumulated anymore. So again, this is the problem here. Now, all the other teams, or all the bottom 4 teams, they will need to start off pretty much with a fresh mindset. Because at this point, they don't have a lot of points accumulated anyway. So you got to have a fresh mindset when you're going inside. Nothing to lose type of mentality, because if you're going to be scared in the competition, you're never going to be able to perform to your fullest potential.
Yeah, perfectly said, Necro. But moving forward, I think this sort of is a lesson for almost every single one of these teams on the second page of the leaderboard, that no matter what it takes, they have to make sure to bring the maximum level of consistency that they possibly can in every single game. Otherwise, these averages are just going to be... They are going to put them in a grave, basically, once they go to the finals. And if you're outside of the top 16, then you can't even think about moving to the finals, right? So that is something that needs to be watched out for by all of these teams. But finally, we have the day summary on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And I have to say, Necro, also, one more thing that I love about today is the sort of win ratio of how the maps went has been split quite nicely between teams from different regions.
Oh yeah, it has. It definitely has. And it's like the overall summary of the entire week, right? On day 1, TDK dominated. Day 2, Godlike Stalwart. Day 3, DRS dominated. Day 4, High Voltage. And on day 5, which was today, it was the players of IT who dominated and just were able to pretty much outstand every other team inside the lobby. So they've done a great job.
Well, they have done a great job indeed, and on 2 chicken dinners every single day. Godlike Stalwart, well, they got 2 on first, 2 on second, and I believe the total number is now, what, at 6 chicken dinners it's stuck at. If we count this one on Livik, then it's 7, but it's a very impressive run they are having as far as the overall league is considered. But that was just week 1. We still have weeks 2 and 3, and then the finals are going to happen before we head to the PMPL SA Championship. So definitely a lot of time for the competition to get more heated up, to get more spiced up. And even on the SA Championship side of things, they will be joined by the teams from Pakistan as well, PMPL Pakistan. So there's going to be new competition stepping up, but that is going to happen in the future. But what do you think? Next week, are we going to be in for surprises, or is Godlike Stalwarts just going to, well, steamroll over the rest of the competition?
They are going to keep on steamrolling over the rest of the competition without a doubt. But if you ask me if we're going to be seeing any other surprises, any other team performing, I think so. Yeah, we're up for surprises. We're definitely up for surprises. I think so. A team that was not able to perform inside week 1, there's a chance that they might just completely change the tides and just perform absolutely incredibly inside week 2, and we have seen that happen in the past too. So we're always up for surprises. We're always up for some astonishing performances from these teams.
Yeah, and I think one of those teams that I personally do expect to show up big in week 2, it's going to be the side of DE Warriors, because there is potential there. You see that in those team fights. You see that in the individual skill of the players, the kind of decision they make when they're put in those situations where the results are just up to them. In sort of 1v1s, 1v2s, they perform quite nicely. But when it's a team fight, it gets a little too heated up, the inexperience shows. And I think when they go back Tuesday, when they return to the matches, they're going to be prepped and ready for action. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to happen starting Tuesday. And thank you so much for tuning in. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro once again. Tune back again on Tuesday. We're going to be there with all the action of PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022. But until then, take care. Bye-bye.